All set? Yep. Okay, ready to go. I'll call the Wednesday, September 28th, 2022 meeting of the Cumberland Planning Board to order. Roll call, Ms. Rashek. Mr. McDonald. Here. Mr. Butler.
Here.
Mr. Bush is absent. Ms. Reese, I believe, is still in Portugal. Mr. Dombrowski.
Here.
And Mr. Costa.
Here.
And the chair is present. And Mr. Stone.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Before we begin, I have a short announcement regarding that this meeting is also being held virtually on the Zoom platform. If you have any interest in any item on the agenda, we will turn on your audio and promote you to a panelist as the item is called. If you would like to comment or ask a question, please raise your hand by clicking the little button on the label raise hand on your mobile device when the chairman opens the floor for public comment. Approval of the planning board minutes of August 31st, 2022, regular meeting. Are there any additions, corrections, or additions? If there are none, do I have a motion?
Make a motion to accept the minutes as submitted, the minutes for the meeting on Wednesday, August 31st, 2022.
I have a motion by Mr. McDonald,
Second.
second by Ms. Rashek. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Director's report, Mr. Stevens, there is no report. Okay. So item number 4, zoning board of review recommendation. Owner and applicant Sheila M. Quinn, location 273 Abbott Run Valley Road, assessors plat 26, lot 255, zoning R1 with public water and no sewer. The applicant is seeking dimensional relief from rear yard setbacks to expand the small addition at the rear of the house. Mr. Monica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this property includes a circa 1930s single-family dwelling. The minimum lot size in this R1 zone is 40,000 square feet, for about an acre. But this is a legally non-conforming lot, of about a quarter acre. The applicant wants to build out the sides of a small addition at the back of the house. The existing addition is about 100 square feet, and building out the sides will add about 150 square feet. Rear setback requirements are 25 feet, but the existing rear addition is 13 feet from the rear lot line. Since only the sides will be expanded, the renovated addition will still have that 13-foot setback, but 12 feet of relief is still required. Surrounding dwellings in the area, most ranch houses dating from 1960s to 1970s, they have their long sides facing the street and are generally placed in the center of the lot. So what makes this house unique is that it predates this 1960 subdivision. So the new lot was drawn around this house, which is oriented with its short side facing the street and its longer side extending further into the rear yard than the neighboring houses. The house and the existing addition are currently visible from behind the house at Sleepy Hollow Way, but the addition is relatively small compared with the rest of the home and will not alter the character of the surrounding neighborhood. And importantly, a neighbor in the rear at 10 Sleepy Hollow Drive has provided a letter of no objection. So the planning department finds that the project as proposed is consistent with the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan, and we recommend forwarding a favorable recommendation to the zoning board of review for the rear yard setback variance.
The board have any questions for Mr. Modica? Is the applicant or the applicant's representative present? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. Well, we want you to feel important, so please come to the podium.
I had surgery yesterday, so
Good thing you didn't have this last night. Wouldn't have happened. I'm Sheila Quinn, 273 Abbott Run Valley Road in Cumberland. And I want to do this little addition on the back of my house.
Okay,
And it'll be even with the back of the house that's there now. Previous owners already made a rear entrance. And this will make the house even all the way across the back.
board have any questions? Thank you very much.
That was easy.
Yes, painless.
And this is my builder.
Okay.
Is the next one as painless, the zoning board?
Here's hoping.
I will tell you this. They are very good people.
Thank you very much.
Okay. At this point, pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion in regards to 273 Abbott Run Valley Road, Assessors Plot 26, Lot 255, that we forward to the zoning board of review a recommendation that the project is proposed is consistent with the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan, and also forward to the zoning board Mr. Modica's memo of September 21st, 2022.
I have a motion by Mr. Fuller,
Second.
second by Mr. Costa. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Congratulations, motion carries. Good luck with your project. Okay. You're welcome. Okay, item number 5, zoning board of review recommendation, owner applicant George Teniero. Location 9 Woodcrest Drive, assessors plat 25, lot 415. Zoning R1 with public water and no sewer. The applicant is seeking dimensional relief for maximum height of an accessory structure. Mr. Modica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This property is about half an acre, and the applicant is presently building a 4-bedroom, single-family house on the property with attached garage. He seeks to build an accessory structure, which will include a garage on the ground floor, an accessory dwelling unit for a family member on the second floor. So ADUs, accessory dwelling units, are allowed by right in residential zones, provided it meets certain zoning requirements, which this project does. So the applicant is seeking dimensional relief for maximum height of an accessory structure. 20 feet is the maximum. The height of this will be 25 feet, so 5 feet of relief is requested. In terms of massing, size, and style, the house and the proposed garage fit in with the neighborhood. In particular, integrating the garage with the house is a good design that diminishes the presence of 2 garages on the property. Most importantly, granting dimensional relief to establish an ADU for a related family member creates an affordable housing option for a family member who might not be able to afford a market rate apartment. So the planning department finds the proposed variance request meets the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan, and we recommend forwarding a favorable recommendation to the zoning board.
Board, have any questions for Mr. Modica?
I thought that in-law apartments had to be attached to the main dwelling.
They do, some, they don't. They can be in separate structures.
I think we had a situation where we had a discussion on that.
Right.
I don't know if it was amendments made or,
It's the terminology. Accessory family
Yes.
dwelling unit is within the house, and accessory dwelling unit without the family part is a separate building.
thank you. Any other questions? Is the applicant or their representative present? If you'd like to speak, please come to the podium, give us your name and address for the record. Mostly if there's anything else you would like to add to the discussion.
So like I said, I've got severe hearing problem, so I'll do my best. Can you state your name?
You can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Okay. Just your name and address for the record,
My name is George Tenrera.
okay? And your address is,
What's that?
and your address is,
Right now it's 9 Woodcrest Drive.
thank you. So is there anything you'd like to add relative to your application? Is there anything else you would like to add?
So I am not adding anything because I sat in the back of the room, so I pretty much didn't even hear any of the comments.
Okay, the comments basically were just the presentation of what your request is, okay? And there was only one question that the Mr. Costa had asked, and that was relative to an accessory building. And Mr. Modica, in turn, explained the situation where it isn't allowable under the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay, so if you don't have anything else to add, that's fine.
No, I don't have anything else to add. No,
Okay,
I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. That's all.
right. We just want to give you an opportunity to speak just in case there's something you'd like to add, that's all.
No,
Okay,
I'm fine. Thank you.
all right. Thank you then.
All right.
Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion in regards to 9 Woodcrest Drive, Assessors Plot 25, Lot 415, that we send a recommendation to the Zoning Board of Review that the proposed variance request meets the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan, and also forward to the Zoning Board Mr. Modica's memo of September 21st, 2022.
I have a motion by Mr. Butler. Second by Mr. Scown. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? The chair votes yes. The ayes have it. Congratulations. The motion carries. Item number 6, public hearing comprehensive permit, major land development master plan, project name St. Patrick's Place, owner St. Patrick's Church Corporation, applicant One Neighborhood Builders, location 295 Broad Street, assessors plat 4, lot 266 and 305 Broad Street, assessors plat 4, lots 264, and there's zoning, C1 zoning with public water and public sewer. The applicant requests master plan approval to build 44 affordable housing units by adaptively reusing St. Patrick's Church, rebuilding the rectory and constructing new townhouses. The applicant is requesting waivers from the zoning ordinance and land development and subdivision regulations. Mr. Modica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a comprehensive permit application to build 44 housing units, all of them to be affordable at St. Patrick Church. So because this is a comprehensive permit, the entire project review is conducted by the planning board. And the planning board is allowed to grant waivers from the zoning ordinance. This new development will be called St. Patrick's Place and includes 2 parcels totaling about 1.8 acres. The north lot includes St. Patrick's Church, originally built 1861 and rebuilt in 1936, a 1970s rectory and a 1980s garage. The adjacent parcel to the south is a paved parking lot. If this project is ultimately approved, the 2 lots will be merged. Now, one of the most important aspects of the project is that St. Patrick Church will be preserved and adaptively reused and converted to 21 apartments. 9 townhouses will be built along Broad Street. The rectory will be taken down to its foundation and rebuilt to 3 stories and have 14 units. 12 of these units will be reserved for elderly tenants. And up to 10 of these 12 will be reserved for participants in the PACE program, which offers medical and social services to certain frail or elderly people. The applicant is One Neighborhood Builders out of Providence. They have a long track record and a distinguished record of providing high quality and attractive affordable housing. And this project comes at a critical time for the town because our housing supply has been in decline for several years. The state requires 10% of municipalities' housing to be affordable. Since the 2016 comprehensive plan, we've dropped from about 6.1% to about 5.8%. And this project is going to help us catch up and bring our numbers back above 6% and get us heading in the right direction. In terms of some background, we had a TRC, Technical Review Committee meeting in January of this year. No serious issues were identified, but the TRC recommended the completion of a traffic study and fiscal impact analysis, which the board has. Representative from Crossman Engineering is here to speak to the traffic. So I would just say that overall, the St. Patrick's Place project will not significantly impact traffic in this area. The fiscal impact analysis conducted by Chris Mason estimated that 7 school-age children could reside here, but there's adequate school capacity to handle this additional enrollment. The analysis also estimated a net loss of about $82,000 in tax revenue per year. But this figure, of course, doesn't account for external factors such as people who will be employed here, live here, and will be spending money within the town. A pre-application meeting was held before this board on April 12th of this year. I just want to point out some noteworthy changes to the plan since that time. 2 units, a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom, were added to the rectory. The parking area was modified, but with no loss of parking spaces. The design of the townhouses have been livened up, and an exit driveway was added onto Church Street. And your plans show a 24-foot wide 2-way driveway. We held the second technical review committee meeting 2 weeks ago, and we recommended reducing the driveway width to 12 feet and making it exit only. In doing this, it would reduce impervious surface, and we did not think that 2-way exit and entry would have any appreciable effect on traffic flow. In addition, our emergency personnel had no objection to this change. So with no objection from the planning board, these plans will be revised. Another item presented by the applicant at the TRC meeting that we recommended against was a proposed right turn only onto Broad Street. We felt this could not be enforced and would force traffic into a long detour south along High Street and possibly lead people to use the CVS lot and to make a left turn. Now, the project requires several waivers from the zoning ordinance and one from the land development and subdivision regulations. I'm not going to go into each one, but mainly they stem from the proposed density. Our zoning allows about 9 units per acre, and this is about 24 units per acre, but it is comparable to what is the existing density here in Valley Falls. And increasing the number of residents is actually something we need. We need more foot traffic. We need more people patronizing local businesses. We have a lot of struggling businesses and a lot of vacant storefronts. So what these waivers are, they're widely used and effective non-monetary subsidies to support projects like this that are going to benefit the town. What the waivers do is save this iconic church and rehabilitate this vacant building back into productive use. It builds affordable units that the town sorely needs. And with a 99-year deed restriction that helps maintain Valley Falls as a working class community. This project is an integral part of the town's long-term goal in revitalizing Broad Street and bring some vitality back to this area. So one waiver I will touch on is parking. Our zoning requires 2 spaces per unit for 32 units and 1 each for the 12 elderly units. So that'd be 76 spaces total. Here, 69 are proposed, so it's 7 short. But remember that up to 10 of the units in the rectory will be for PACE participants who are very unlikely to own a car. So that reduces the parking need. Also, based on a recent survey by the planning department, the actual demand for parking in elderly housing in Cumberland is about 2/3 of a parking space per unit. So I think our zoning requires a little too much parking in that respect. Also, if you look in terms of providing 1 parking space per bedroom, which a lot of communities do, there are 65 bedrooms here and there are 69 parking spaces. So we are not anticipating parking issues, and overall, there should be no negative environmental impacts. In terms of comprehensive plan consistency, I'd say that the comprehensive plan was written with this project in mind. It meets many of our housing and economic development goals. The 100% affordable component provides safe and affordable housing for our low and moderate income residents, as well as the elderly and disabled. It saves this iconic church, and though it's not a locally designated historic property, it is still an irreplaceable landmark with deep meaning in this community. It's a project of high quality design that will greatly enhance the streetscape. And this project perfectly dovetails with the town's current efforts to bring support services to low and moderate income people with the rehabilitation of the old post office next door. And this project will start the contribution to the economic development of this working class community and make Broad Street a more attractive place to do business. So the planning department fully supports this project, and subject to the two conditions outlined in our report regarding updating the traffic study and setting back the northernmost townhouse, we are recommending approval of the master plan.
The board have any questions for Mr. Modover? Thank you, Mr. Modover.
Thank you.
Is the developer's representative?
Mr. Chairman, members of the planning board, my name is Ken McGonigal, and I'm an attorney with the firm of McGonigal Hence, and here tonight on behalf of the developer One Neighborhood Builders. Glenn did an amazing job of helping us present what we wanted you to know. And I asked our team to be cognizant of that and maybe move along faster. I didn't realize that he would also take all my notes and tell you all about them too. So the only thing that I wanted to add is that we did have a neighborhood meeting back in April, as well as just before our pre-app, before you guys, and wanted to remind you. And that this application was certified complete by the planning department on September the 13th. One record housekeeping kind of thing. If you are the type that uses binders, I brought a supplement, a new table of contents, and tab number 17 is really the resumes of the people that will be explaining the project to you, our experts. And I wanted you to have them. You can put them in at your leisure. And the only other thing that I'd ask you is that if we are lucky enough to get your approval, we'll be back. We hope to be back soon. So if you would not mind keeping the binder, we'll get you materials to put in it with the 3-hole punches, and you can keep our nice artwork for when we come back. So thank you. I will go right into our first person that I'd like to have you hear from. Jen Hawkins is the CEO of One Neighborhood Builders. She's our driving force, and she's kind of our boss, and she's the one that gets things done. And I wanted you to meet her, hear from her, because not only is she the type that will get this done, but One is going to be managing this building. So this is a long-term partnership that we hope to have. And without further ado, I'd ask her to come up.
Thank you, Ken. Good evening. Jennifer Hawkins. I am the President Executive Director of One Neighborhood Builders. Just really want to thank Glenn and John for stewarding this process and giving us all really helpful feedback along the way and for your comments tonight. So, I actually sit on a planning board. I am on the Smithfield Planning Board. So I very much understand the position that you're in and the hours that you spend listening to developers like myself come and present. So I appreciate your service and your time, and I am sympathetic to that. In my day job, I am the director of One Neighborhood Builders, and we're a nonprofit community development corporation that works in Greater Providence to develop affordable housing and cultivate healthy, equitable, and vibrant communities, and working alongside residents. We're bringing that mission to Cumberland. We're really excited to be expanding our footprint into Cumberland. We're invited to do so actually by the mayor and the planning department. They invited us to take a look at the church. And when we saw the property and we saw that the neighborhood that it's located in, we thought it would be an ideal adaptive reuse project. So we're excited to do this one and hope that we'll be able to do additional development in the town. As our attorney had mentioned, we own all the property in which we develop. We are not a turnkey developer. We have a long-term stake in everything that we build. And hire high quality third-party property management companies to oversee the developments. We have a team of asset managers who works closely overseeing our property management company, as well as a team of resident service coordinators who work with our residents to make sure that they meet all of their lease obligations. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have for myself or for the team of One Neighborhood Builders.
Do you have any questions at this point?
Terrific.
Done so, Mr. Scowen?
You're telling us that this project is 17.2 million, is that correct?
That's correct.
All your financing and everything is in place?
That's not correct. I wish I could say yes to that question, but no. In fact, receiving master plan approval is essential for us to be competitive in the forthcoming financing rounds that Rhode Island Housing, the chief housing finance agency for the state, is putting out. So in fact, readiness to proceed is a threshold requirement, and substantiating readiness to proceed is basically being able to say the town has provided us with master plan approval. So that's why it's so critical that we're able to achieve this benchmark so that we can actually be very competitive for the funding round.
When does that process get completed so that you know whether or not you get the approval?
So the applications this year are due in December. And we should hear whether we are in receipt of the variety of funding sources by May.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board have any other questions, Ms. Hawkins?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. And I did want to say one other item that's on Jen's resume that you can see if you take a look at what I gave you, is that she was appointed to serve and continues to serve, appointed by the State House of Representatives to serve on the Low to Moderate Income Housing Commission, which governs the very law that we're here tonight operating under. So I think that was we're lucky to have her. So our first expert is Mr. Bean from Commonwealth Engineering. Kelly, your solicitor, has told me that we won't go down any trying to qualify the witnesses as experts. Mr. Bean has been here before, and you have his resume. So come on up, Tim, when you're ready.
Good evening. For the record, Timothy Behan, professional engineer with the firm Commonwealth Engineers, Providence, Rhode Island. I'm going to walk you through the existing and proposed site plans. The subject site is highlighted in blue. And we have Broad Street down at this location here. We have Church Street on this side of the property. The orange structures are the existing buildings at the site. We have the existing church building here. We have the rectory building situated here. We have the shed back here and a garage here. We have,
Before you go any further, is it possible that you could turn that so that the camera could get a good look at it so the audience can see? That way we can, the board and also the audience will be able to see.
yes, much better. Everybody see that? Okay. So once again, the blue was the property line. The orange are the buildings, and the yellow represents the parking area. We have an entrance here with parking, and this entire area to the south is a parking lot. There's 3 current curb cuts on Broad Street, which is down here. We have a curb cut here, and a curb cut at that location. This next sheet is the proposed site plan. And once again, the blue is the property. The existing church building is going to remain. The existing rectory building is going to be taken down to the foundation and reconstructed. And you'll notice there's a new connector building connecting the rectory building to the church going forward. The 3 new buildings along Broad Street are 1, 2, and 3. We're going to have 2 curb cuts. So we're going to eliminate 1. There's going to be a curb cut situated down here along Broad Street and a curb cut situated along Church Street at this location here. Parking, we went through parking. The requirement is 76 on this plan. We're providing 69. As you remember, back at pre-application, we were here in front of you. The plan we presented to you at that time required 84. So we've reduced the number of parking from that plan to this plan from 84 down to 76. And please remember that 10 out of the 44 units are the PACE participant units, which are nursing home type situations. So we don't anticipate vehicles at those units at all. And prior to the development, the abutting school property, which is to the south of our property, used to have some of their parking onto our lot with an arrangement, some agreement. That agreement has been terminated and it's not going to go forward at this time. We've presented the plan to the fire department. They reviewed the plan and they requested that this access way remain and be 12 feet in width. So that remains. We've also coordinated with the water and sewer local agencies, and both have provided letters that water and sewer are available for the project. And so the project is very feasible to go forward. Stormwater, we have proposed subsurface infiltration chambers underneath the parking lot. And that's going to be designed in accordance with town and DEM standards. So we're going to mitigate the water quality. We're going to mitigate the recharge volume and also the peak runoff rates and volumes to town and state standards. Same is true with soil erosion. There's a soil erosion control plan that meets the town standards. So during construction, there will not be any impact from soil erosion from the project. That's all I had for now, Ken.
Board have any questions at this point? I do have one. The access to Church Street is a 12-foot wide width. Is that going to be, is that intended to be two-way traffic or just one-way traffic?
That's one-way traffic
Okay.
exiting.
Exit, okay.
Correct.
Mrs. DeBrosa.
So I have a question about circulation. The Rectory building is going to be primarily for PACE folks or older folks. While you don't anticipate them necessarily having their own vehicles, PACE does provide bus transportation. Is there any location here for accommodating a bus drop-off pickup for those residents?
Not per se like a bus drop-off area. It would be the parking areas provided. I mean, the PACE buses, if you see them on the highways, they're pretty small. They're not large buses or anything like that.
Right, yeah, I just want to know if there's going to be any issues with it taking up space or impeding circulation on site.
I'm assuming that that's like a very short period of time. They come and pick up the residents and then take them to wherever they need to go, doctors, et cetera. And then they get dropped off. So the bus is only there for a short period of time. Am I correct in assuming so?
But that's our understanding. Correct. Yes.
Any other? Mr. Costa?
No, I'm not sure. This might be, I know it's early, but I know commencement of this project doesn't begin until September 23. And I'm just thinking, looking at the project, looked it over the weekend. And I know eventually when this begins, there'll be several workers coming in and a lot of things going on that corner. So my question to you is, if you would just kind of keep in the back of your mind, some way to get the workers on site and off the site with a minimal amount of disruption to that particular area. Because I just heard you say that the school is going to use the parking lot, which is fine.
The school is not going to use our parking lot. Correct.
But they're
Yeah.
going to have to go someplace. So that's
Correct.
going to add a little bit to the confusion in that area, especially during construction. Because you're talking probably, just going to guess, 50 guys, 50 individuals, men and women working on this site. And if each one brings their own car, where are they going to park their automobiles?
Correct.
That's all. I want to bring it up and just to be aware of this happening.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Mrs.
mentioned
Town.
the access is 12 feet. The egress is how wide?
Over, I think Broad Street is 24.
So is that two-way?
That's two-way. Correct.
Okay, so they could go left or right egressing? when they come out of that?
At the Broad Street entrance? Well, that-
Yeah, when they exit, it,
Yep.
go left or right.
Well, that's one of the questions we have going forward with the TRC board. Currently, we're proposing right-hand turn only.
Okay, and that was the issue before,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
And I
So
think-
we're working that out with the
I
TRC
mean,
board.
there's a school next door to it, so that's the issue at a certain time of day. It's obviously an issue. If you're trying to take a left turn and everybody else is coming out of school, taking a right turn, so. I think that has to be kept in mind at this point.
Yes, that's an active item on the TRC discussion board.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I just gotta do 2 minutes of conversation with Tim
certainly.
for some
please.
things that
Sure.
need to go on the record.
Sure.
You know, and so Tim, are you comfortable telling the board that the plan as it currently is constituted uses all the best practices, procedures available to minimize any negative impacts on the neighborhood?
Yes, the plan has been designed so there's no negative impacts to the neighborhood, correct, and minimized.
We've been talking about the fact that we are here on a comprehensive permit, and are you familiar with the Rhode Island general laws that talk about the findings necessary for the board to give us approval?
Yes, I am aware of those findings.
There's a few that directly relate to, as you know, the work you do. So I kind of wanted the board to hear your opinion on them. So we'll do them real quickly. The first one, subsection B says the proposed development is in compliance with all standards and provisions of the municipality zoning ordinance, and where there are waivers granted, if any, they do not outweigh the need for state and local need for affordable housing. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, I fully agree with that statement, correct.
Thank you. Subsection D and E are sort of repetitive. And although the first one talks about the final plan, which isn't drafted yet, but are you comfortable that at this stage, there are no negative environmental impacts that,
Correct, fully, there's no environmental impacts proposed.
and they'll be quick. We have direct access to 2 public streets. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we are not creating any lots with any physical constraints.
We are not creating any lots with any physical constraints, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
We certainly heard the neighbors. We heard the TRC and we heard you guys at the pre-application meeting. So we actually moved our presentation up, changed our presentation order to go right to our traffic study right now, so that you could hear about how it was conducted, the results, and that our Liz McChesney from Crossman Engineering has provided you the report. She's here now, and I'd ask her to come on up so she can tell you about it and then take questions.
No, I don't need it.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth McChesney. I'm a traffic engineer at Crossman Engineering. I'm a licensed PE. So when we looked at this 44-unit residential development, the first step we took was doing a traffic count. And our development area, we looked at the following 4 intersections: Broad Street and Chambers Street, Broad Street and John Street, Broad Street at Church Street, and Broad Street at Titus. We conducted traffic counts on Tuesday, March 22nd during weekday commuter hours, 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. And we determined the weekday commuter peaks to be 7:15 to 8:15 and 4 to 5 p.m. After collecting our traffic data, we were asked on April 13th by planning to consider traffic conditions during nearby school dismissal from 2:15 to 3:15. We were able to go out the next day before vacation started and collect that data at Broad Street and CVS, John Street as well. While school dismissal period is not considered a peak trip generation for this residential land use, we were able to confirm that traffic counts and traffic impacts of this project are higher during the commuter peaks that we analyzed versus those of the school dismissal period. As talked about, we had initially looked at two different site driveways or two site driveways for this design. The first being at Church Street, which was initially going to allow a right turn in, right turn out. And then the second being a full access entrance on Broad Street and then a right turn out exit. Since the TRC meeting, we're now making Church Street driveway to be an exit right only. And I ran the analysis with that because the initial report that you have shows entering for both. And if I remove that entrance on Church Street, it doesn't change the level of service. So we still have the same results that I presented in the report. Basically, I analyzed three different scenarios. I looked at 2020 existing conditions. Then I looked at 2026 no build conditions, which is future conditions without this project. And then from there, I analyzed 2026 build, which is future conditions with the project. And generally, I would compare no build with build to see what kind of impact there is with building the project. In determining no build conditions, there are a few things that I would do with the existing volumes. We grew the numbers to 2026. So that's the historical annual growth that I applied, which was 1% per year for those 4 years. And then the other thing that we consider for no build conditions is we include any specific developments that will be built in the future by others. And there were two cases of that. One, in the future, we got some plans, and this was also in a study done by PAR for the high school expansion. We got some information about the signal that would be adding the Church Street approach in the future. So that's included as part of the no build and build conditions. The other thing that was included for no build was a few future projects in the area that would be adding new trips in the future. The first being Blackstone Valley Prep High School expansion. The second being Ann and Hope multi-use development, and the third being Nashaw Mill residential development. From there, that's how we determine the no build conditions. From there, for build conditions, on top of what we had for no build future conditions, we would be adding the number of trips generated by this project. And that's based on land use that's taken from ITE trip generation, which is statistical data based on a similar land use. In this case, I looked at 44 units for multi-family housing. And from that, the trip generation that came from those 44 units were during the AM peak were 36 trips, 9 entering, 27 exiting. And during the PM peak hour, the total were 39 trips, which were 25 entering and 14 exiting. Those trips for build condition were distributed based on existing traffic patterns. And these trips were basically added to the no build volumes to attain the build volumes. So for each of those scenarios, in the results, I provided the delay and the associated level of service, which is a measure of capacity based on delay. Level of service A being best, low delays, level of service F being high delays. What we found was that this project will not have a detrimental impact on adjacent roadways. The results of the level of service showed there was no change in level of service from no build condition to the build condition. So there were no results in level of service as a result of this project and didn't affect any of the study intersections. We also found that the traffic exiting the Church Street site drive will have a good level of service B, which is less than a 15-second delay. And the traffic exiting the Broad Street site drive will have a level of service A, which is less than a 10-second delay. The other reason we didn't have a detrimental impact was this proposed use is a relatively low impact for trip generation. It has less than 100 trips per peak hour. Again, only 36 trips in the morning and 39 trips in the afternoon.
Board have any questions? Thank you.
I have my two, if you don't mind, Mr.
Sure.
Chair, and then maybe others will come up. I
Absolutely.
didn't want to jump ahead of the board, but I'll get them out of the way. Liz, I think you heard me questioning Tim Bean, and I just wanted to ask you, in your opinion, in your limited to your area of expertise, of course, do you feel that we've used so far in the planning, the best practices available to minimize any adverse effect of this development?
Yes,
And do you feel the design currently allows for safe circulation of pedestrian and vehicular traffic at the development,
yes.
particularly at the two access points you've discussed tonight?
Yes.
You do. I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
You set with?
The board. Oh, Mrs. Conley.
Yeah, it's hard to listen to all the statistics.
Sure.
quickly. But you're having access on, Church Street. And you're having the exit or egress on, Broad Street, and that's two-way. And I think the biggest issue is how that impacts at the time the school is getting, in and out of their day. So can you just kind of make that in simple terms, what that means with the addition of this particular project? Just so that we all can understand that.
Right. Well, one of the things I talked about was the board had asked us to consider dismissal time. And for this type of land use, it's not really a peak, 2:30 to 3:30 is not a peak period of time that is available for data for residential use. But for comparison, to look at what peak conditions were in the PM and the AM versus school dismissal period, the peaks that we looked at were much higher. The volume was higher. And when we looked at future conditions, the level of services were much higher for AM and PM versus midday.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Want to come on up, gentlemen? Our next expert is Mike Abbott from Newport Collaborative, the architect of our plan. And as they're setting up the tripod for you, I'll just.
Just want to make sure. Before you begin, video, I'm gonna ask the videographer, are we good here? Are we good? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to just briefly describe kind of the site and layout and what's where. So as you can see in this rendering here, we have the church, which we're keeping. We're restoring it on the exterior. It'll actually be put back. The only difference will be are the windows where the stained glass was removed. So we are putting back operable windows because we have the residential units. So there'll be clear operable windows, but that will be the only change that you'll see on the outside. Otherwise, we're totally restoring the outside. We have a wonderful report that was done by the church before we left that completely outlined all the repairs to the stone and to the copper and to the spire. And so we have a good handle on what we need to do. And then the other change is the rectory is currently only 2 stories, a white vinyl sided, kind of more residential looking building. We're taking it down to its first floor deck, keeping it because the basement and the structure is great, steel columns, steel beams. And then we're building 3 floors on top. And the big change is we're making a connector right here so that the 2 buildings will act as one. And we're doing that because we're putting an elevator in the new building in the rectory. It's too hard to put it into the existing church without really kind of messing it up. So we opted to build it into the rectory and then connect the 2 buildings. And then that's also because the 2 buildings will act as one in terms of some services will be in one building, some services will be in the other. And we expect our people to go back and forth and use both buildings as if they're one building. We also expect that our entrance right here in the rectory which has a handicap ramp and steps and access right to the parking lot, will be the primary entrance. So that's where the van will pull up, the Pace van and the like will pull up right to the rectory entrance there and won't impede any of the other traffic in the site plan. So we have the church, we have the rectory, and then we're building new townhouses, 9 of them along Broad Street. And we're doing that. That kind of replicates the rhythm and spacing of the buildings that used to be along Broad Street before the parking lots and everything were built. So we're kind of bringing back that street edge that historically has been along the historic section of Valley Falls on Broad Street. So again, here's our new entrance. Coming in, we have a circulation that is looped so that people can come in, make a loop. They can come in and out and make the loop and then exit out. Here's that entrance that I was just talking about that would go right into the rectory building. And as you can see, these lighter colored are all the pedestrian connections. So all of the people aren't going to walk through the parking lots. We have separate pedestrian circulation all around the site, separate and above from the parking. So everybody can easily get from their parking into. The other reason we made the entrance at the rectory is because this is where the parking is. If we had the entrance at the front door of the church, there's no parking there and it would be kind of a ways for people to walk. So we think that we've solved all the internal circulation, having separate pedestrian circulation and separate vehicular circulation. So in the church, we have 21 units, 1 in the lowest level, and then 10 on a first floor and 10 on a new second floor. And the second floor is basically built where the organ loft was. If you remember walking in the church, there's a low area when you first come in, that's the organ loft. And that will just be extended all the way down the nave. And so that's where the second floor will be. We'll still keeping all those beautiful groin vaulted ceilings. So those will be in the people units. I mean, it'll be closer to God. You'll go to sleep and look up and see the groin vaults and you'll say a prayer every night. It'll be wonderful. And the center part of the church, because it gets wide here and we can't have units that are so deep, we leave ourselves a middle spot here, which is the old altar area. And that part will be the full 3 stories high, where you'll look up, you'll still see the remaining stained glass windows that they left above the altar, the 2 side pieces. So we have 3 stained glass windows up there. So you'll look up and see all the stained glass when you're here in this center group meeting area. We hope to have maybe some events in there at some point, something that would be something that the whole community can enjoy. Here's the rectory building. Here's that connector that comes through. And then here's our townhouses here. And that's basically it. I'll stop there. Do you have any questions for me, Ken?
Mike, I did have one question,
Is that a leading question?
but no, I don't, you guys know that I'm just trying to make sure we cover these bases.
Certainly.
But Mike, I realize that the way I asked you to do this, we can do it just quicker. We are offering 100% affordable units for 99 years. So there's no need to integrate market units. We don't have any, right?
They are 100% integrated. Yes, all units are equally fitted out and finished so that they're all beautiful.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Beautiful. Jed, do you have anything?
Board have any questions?
I had a question about circulation.
Yep.
On sheet 2. So I guess it piggybacks on Mr. D'Ambroge's question. So I understand the main entrance will be at where the rectory is now. That makes sense.
Yep.
Just looking at that area and wondering if the Pace bus pulls up to pick somebody up at the main entrance, the UPS truck comes in, the Amazon truck, the mail truck. There's no place for them to turn around.
Well, no, they would make the loop-de-loo here before
But
they
if they
go.
pulled up to the front
No,
entrance, how would they?
this is a dead end there in front of the rectory building.
Would
Yes,
they
because
back in?
we actually did look at what the impact would be of making another exit out. And one, it was too close to the church and way too close to the intersection. So that wasn't practical.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think logistics.
Yes, they do need to do a little backup. Yes.
Well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 9 parking spaces. They
Well,
back up.
they'll only pull up only as far as here.
Yeah.
They could even pull up here because our sidewalk comes down here. So they could enter and exit right here and just make the loop-de-loo here.
There's no ramp at the end of that side, so if there's cars parked there, people would have to walk in between the cars to get to the
Yes,
bus. Okay,
we can work on that.
yeah, it's just the place where I work, our building, our clients use the ride buses, which are similar
Oh,
to
okay,
pace
well
buses.
then you have,
And we have a loop to loop, so people, they can drive around, pick up the entrance, and so that's why it struck me that if they pull in to pick somebody up, they'd have to back out, or
Well, we might-
back in.
maybe we'll take your advice and we'll do some re-looking here and maybe we can make it so that they're picked up here. We'll extend the sidewalk and make it so that they get picked up here as part of the loop circulation.
That might be a better,
Okay,
thank you very much.
sure.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our next presenter is our planner, Ashley Sweet from Weston and Sampson.
Okay.
And I'd ask her to come on up and summarize her report for you.
Good evening. I will be very brief. My report summarizes basically everything that you've heard this evening in giving you an overview of the project and also what Glenn mentioned in terms of consistency with your comprehensive plan. And I won't go through the entire report. There's a table for you in there that tries to identify sections of the comprehensive plan that we believe that this project is consistent with. And I'll just bring to your attention a couple of higher level topics that are raised in your comprehensive plan that we believe this project satisfies or helps the town work towards. Your plan calls for about 32 units annually to be built, and this project would offer you 137.5% of your annual kind of call for the development of affordable units in the community. Those being done at 100% affordable in one project, as has been mentioned. The comprehensive plan also identifies this area of town as the most appropriate for increased density by way of multifamily development through rehab of existing structures and through new construction. And this project accomplishes both of those goals. The plan itself identifies a waiting list for disabled and elderly housing and a future need for additional elderly affordable housing, and the need for rental units for families of 2 to 4 people. And we believe that this project satisfies those needs that are identified in the comprehensive plan. The plan itself identifies partnering with nonprofits for 100% affordable development projects. And that's what we've accomplished here through a nonprofit developer and 100% of the units being offered as affordable. The comprehensive plan also has a future land use map. This property is identified as in the institutional zone of the comprehensive land of the future land use map, excuse me. It's currently zoned C1. So its current zoning designation is not consistent with the future land use map. And there's also an intent in the comprehensive plan to create an institutional zoning district. But since that hasn't been done, we don't know if that institutional zoning district would allow multifamily housing. So there's no real way to say whether it's consistent or inconsistent. But we do feel that with the area surrounding it, which is identified as high density residential, that this project is consistent with that intent in the future land use map. There was some discussion that you heard about consistency with the zoning ordinance. We have identified some minor waivers that are necessary for zoning relief as part of this project. But it is our opinion that those waivers, should they be granted, are minor and incidental and do not negate or impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance itself.
Board have any questions?
Mr. Chair, there's certain things that I wanted to have you
Certainly.
hear, but Ashley usually covers them and did.
Okay.
So unless the board has any questions for Ashley, I don't.
Okay, I don't believe anyone else has questions at this point. No, thank you.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
So we're, I know, so I don't make a mistake. So lastly, we really are a good team. And there are some people here tonight that are not going to talk, but this is a long-term big project for us. And I wanted you to know that they were here. And then there's just one more speaker to close. Eric Watney is the Deputy Director of Real Estate at One. He's here with us. J.M. Barabalt is with Mike Abbott, who helped with the architecture. A very special guest, and I'm going to screw up her name, is Joan from PACE. Joan runs the PACE program.
Okay,
And clearly, the PACE program is an important integral part of our project, and I'm thrilled that she came here tonight to be with us. And we heard the PACE bus parking and so forth, and we're coming back with some answers. That's it. Lastly, to close up for us, Milton Baxter has started as the day-to-day boss for us on this. He's the Director of Real Estate and the General Counsel to One Neighborhood Builders. So he's going to close us out.
thank you.
That's presentation.
Thank you, Ken, Mr. Chair, members of the board, planning staff. I want to start off by just saying thank you for your attention to our presentation this evening. I want to publicly thank the planning staff for their attention. We had 2 TRCs, technical review committees, and we had some very good input from all of the participants. And so this has been a pleasure for us to go through this process with the town of Cumberland. And I will say that the plan we originally came with has improved immensely based on the feedback that we've received from the planning department, from the TRCs, from the public meeting we had here. We had a community meeting here in this room, and also the pre-application meeting. So that process has really led to where we are today. And as we learned from some of the comments that were made, there are some improvements that can be added, such as a turnaround or better circulation for the PACE bus. So we're excited that we've had the opportunity to present this. You heard from all of our experts. I just want to mention a couple of things that came up during our presentation, and there were some questions on, and I'd like to just address briefly. In terms of the school parking, I just wanted to mention that there is currently no agreement between the church and the school. And our position on that is that we have to wait and see, right? Because we needed to understand what the parking needs were going to be. We believe that the parking that we have planned at the site is going to be more than adequate for the actual use. And once we're under operations, if we determine that we have excess parking during the school day when school is in session that can be used for the school, then we will enter into an agreement with the school to allow them to use some parking. I wanted to make that clear that we're just not abandoning that idea. It's just a wait and see based on our operational needs. We talked about the PACE program some. There is a nice letter in your file, part of the record, from the PACE program that sort of details and outlines the PACE program, what it is, who it serves, and how excited they are to be part of this, because it's going to provide some much needed independent living ability for the tenants that are going to live there. We talked a little bit about construction parking, which I know that was a concern that was brought up. I will say this, it is the general contractor's responsibility to make sure that the logistics of the construction site are such that it doesn't cause a disruption to the neighborhood, and that there's orderly parking, orderly circulation by construction vehicles. And that'll be the responsibility of the general contract under the general conditions of our contract with them to control that. So it's our intent that there will be no issues with parking from contractors because the GC will have to address that. They'll either park on site or they'll park off-site and be shuttled to the location. And then there was some questions about financing and funding. And what I did want to mention is, while we don't have all our funding in place, we do have approval by Rhode Island Housing for acquisition funds. And it is our intention to acquire the property before we get all of our actual funding. So we're in this project long-term. So we are going to, our hope is, once we receive master plan approval, we're going to try to close the acquisition by the end of the year. It might slip into January of next year, but we will then be the owners of the property. And it's our intention, whether we get funding in this round or not, to continue forward and to build this project. So it's a long-term commitment from us. So with that, I don't have much else to say. I will entertain any questions that you might have. And I, again, want to thank you for your attention and all the time that's been given by the staff to this project.
What have any questions? Ms. McDonald, you're looking like you've got a question.
I have a comment when the gentleman's
Okay.
finished.
Mr. McDonald, you can,
Well, it's actually for Mr. Stevens and Mr. Monica. I think I heard him say that possible future parking arrangement for schools. The people here aren't, I don't want to go there.
Yeah, so that was a surprise to me.
Okay,
We'd have to talk with them about it, but they have to meet parking requirements. So Jonathan and I just talked about that. That's not something that you really need to deal with tonight, but we'll have a conversation with them. And, you know, if they want to have some kind of an arrangement, they'd probably have to get a variance or something. So let's leave that off the table for tonight. I heard it. I also, you know, have the same questions, but we'll take care of that at preliminary plan if it's necessary.
okay. The only comment, you're as aware as I am of all the background of all this.
Yes,
You know.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
any other questions? The one thing I,
Sorry, go ahead.
you get something?
I was just going to add to that the school issue is something we're just open to. We're not committed to. It's something, it's going to be a discussion. We're trying to be a good neighbor for the school. They're going to be our neighbor for a long time. And so there's no intent there to create any issues that are going to affect the operations of our project. It's simply, it's going to be an extension. We're going to extend that opportunity if our project allows for that. And that's something we would certainly work closely with the planning and zoning to make sure that we were in compliance with all of any requirements.
Yeah, I didn't take any inference that you were attempting to do something untoward. You-
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The one thing is that we have the letter from Pace. And I think we've all read it and understand it. But for the benefit of the audience, could we hear from our person from Pace to explain what the Pace program is?
Joan, do you mind?
Thank you. Didn't think you're gonna get away with
Joan Kwiatkowski. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the PACE Organization of Rhode Island. We're a nonprofit health plan and provider of medical and social services to frail older adults who live throughout the state of Rhode Island. We have centers in Woonsocket, East Providence, Westerly, and Newport. And none of our people drive cars. We have a fleet of vehicles that go and pick up our participants who come to our centers for medical care, adult day services, meals, showers, laundry, and then we bring them home in the afternoon. So the individuals that would be living in Cumberland would be the ones using our Woonsocket location. So that our staff include physicians, nurses, social workers, transportation, dietary staff, kitchen staff. And so it's a full array of services for older adults. 99.9% of our folks are on Medicaid. So they would qualify for the type of housing that One Neighborhood Builders would be providing.
But they are self-sufficient.
They are self-sufficient.
okay, thank you.
Correct. Correct. They're not nursing. They don't live in a nursing home. They're not of that level of care.
Okay.
Correct.
Mm.
All right.
Board, have any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. So that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, this is a public hearing. So if there's anyone in the audience that has any questions or concerns, please come to the podium and give us your name and address for the record, and we can, let's see if we can answer some of those questions for you. Okay. Mr. McLaughlin, next. You'll be next.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Paquette. I live at 6 Elizabeth Street. It is a 3-family dwelling on Elizabeth Street. It is very close to St. Patrick's Church. I've lived at that address for 40 years, and I lived on Rosemont Avenue, which is part of the valley, for 25 years. So all told, I'm very familiar with this area. I'm very familiar with the people. And I'm going to ask the board to consider those people who live here as much as you will consider those who will live here. Now, I know we've heard from various experts and they a beautiful job. But I took a video of the traffic at 3:50 on Friday. I took it from St. Patrick's Church, and then I went the back roads, and then I came up by the town hall and went by the school. I have it here. I'm not sure if you want to see it, but it is ripped with traffic. I know the traffic study says, oh no, it won't get impacted. But even a minimal amount of impact is going to impact greatly on the people who live in this area. I'm not quite sure I understand the breakdown for the units. How many bedroom units are there? 0. How many 2-bedroom units are there? I'm sorry? Okay.
There are 65 bedrooms.
I just don't hear I just would like to hear the breakdown.
There's 4 3-bedrooms.
So we can anticipate that there are 3 vehicles in that, correct?
No.
Okay, how many can we anticipate?
Well, I assume some of them might be children. Don't drive.
But I'm not going to assume, you know what happens with good intentions. You know what's paved with good intentions.
There's 4 3-bedrooms,
Okay,
13 2-bedrooms,
so that's conceivably 26,
and 27 1-bedrooms.
so 27. So we're really, even with the 69, we could conceivably be way over that with the amount of bedrooms that we have. I know we're assuming that some might be children, and I think that's true. I've also been a landlord for 40 years. I have never in all my 40 years rented to a couple that only had 1 vehicle. Never. So the when you say that 1 bedrooms would only have 1 car, I think you're grossly underestimating the amount of vehicles that will be in this area. And I am here to say that it has been my experience that when there's an overflow anywhere, whether it be at the school or anywhere, the overflow ends up on our streets. And people are not always kind, they're not always respectful. Tenants have to park. We as families have to park. It can be a huge distraction and disruption to our area. And so I asked, those are some of the things. The other thing is the green space. I've been to almost every one of these meetings, and we've heard about when they were going to do the expansion at the Blackstone Valley. We heard about green space. I did a walkthrough of the whole St. Patrick's area. You're going to tear down all the trees out of there, and there is not any room that I could see for green space. Am I wrong? Okay, good. Come on up.
We're actually removing 7 trees.
Correct.
Mature trees.
Yep,
But
yep.
we are planting 41 new trees.
Now, where are you going to plant those?
They're indicated on the site plan by that symbol. And so they're all around all the buildings and in all of these islands as where we have those
Mhm.
indents in the parking.
So are they shrubs or are they trees?
No, they're actually
Oh,
trees.
okay,
And there will be even more shrubberies. I don't know how many,
okay.
but we definitely are adding a lot more trees than we're taking.
Okay, all right, that was one of my
Yes.
questions, okay. And so I also ask, that, as we've said before, that the board take into consideration the neighbors that exist, that live in this area now. There is an impact, there is an impact. And I am anticipating that even more so as we increase the number of students in the schools that are nearby. We have 4 schools in a 0.25 mile radius. It's becoming almost impossible to get out of my house in the morning for myself to get to school. And when I come home, I can't get into my street. Traffic is backed up almost to BF Norton School. On most days, not every day, but on most days, that's what I find. So I just ask that we are given the consideration and our area is given the consideration. I think what I'm asking is that we make sure that the parking for this project is sufficient to handle the amount of anticipated people that will be living there, because I don't think they've done that. I think they've shortchanged it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, State Representative Jim McLaughlin until January 1st. I do have areas of concern in reference to this project, and I'll outline them first. My underlying concern is the people that already live here. Okay, the people that go through this on a daily basis with Blackstone Valley Prep. Yeah, I've had, and as you all know, the construction underway in the valley, the $15 million project that has been undertaken, it was set back for a period of 6 months because we badly needed drainage down there. With that said, my understanding is the project will start in 23. With that said, I have areas of concern with Broad Street is going to be finished. Probably, I was reassured from DOT and have statements to that effect because of the 6-month delay in the project, that it will be completed by the spring. Brand new sidewalks, okay, brand new roads. Now, if this project is going to be started in 23, all right, I'm looking sewer, drainage stuff, they're going to be tearing up sidewalks and roads. Has there been any confirmation or any basically negotiations with DOT or talks on this project? I mean, this is, you're talking a $15 million project with brand new sidewalks, brand new roads. It's going to look beautiful and it will be completed. And tentatively what you're going to be seeing is a year later, you're going to have to do tie-ins, everything else on a road. And then have they had any tentative discussions with DOT in reference to this project? That's all. Who could answer that?
For the record, again, Timothy Behan, professional engineer, Commonwealth Engineers. We have spoken to the Rhode Island Department of Transportation regarding this. At the completion of the Broad Street construction project, there is a 5-year moratorium, they call it. And so we brought this to their attention. We have a project and we'd like to obviously start before the 5 years is up. They have more stringent requirements. So what happens during this 5-year moratorium project, instead of doing a trench cut to put like the sewer to the sewer main, our service cut, it wouldn't be a trench cut there anymore. They're gonna make us do curb to curb, full width pavement from where we disturb anything. So it's gonna be a brand new road where we disturb those. So that's their policy. Our project's gonna have to spend more money to do it right. It's gonna look much better when it's complete.
That seems to, have answered my question. Hopefully they will be in compliance because I've seen some of the utility cuts that, basically have been made in this town and it's horrific, With that said, I would hope that you would take the areas of concern with my constituents about this parking problem very seriously and make suitable accommodations as this project moves along. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else who wishes to speak at this point? Certainly, sir.
Good evening. My name's Ron Frappia. I live at 282 Broad Street in Cumberland. I just want to know if any of the board members live south of Dexter Street.
So, who wants to know if anyone on the board lives south of Dexter Street?
If you did, you'd see on a daily basis what we go through for traffic. I can't tell you. I live on the corner of Broad and Gilder. I can't tell you how many near accidents there are now with the buses. And my concern is it's going to get worse. As the project gets underway, all the teachers that are parked in that lot have to go somewhere. And they're going to be going to the side streets. As it is right now, my driveway's been blocked a number of times that my wife cannot get out because people, and not so much the teachers as the parents that are coming to pick up their kids. They just don't care. They're gonna park, they're gonna, whatever the time takes to go get them. Is what it is. My concern is, I was in construction. So I was involved in the Weathersfield Common condominium project. And when you get the buildings going, there's a ton of guys. There's cranes, there's cement trucks, there's all kinds of guys. I mean, I couldn't even honestly guess. As a plumber, there was 14 of us, just 14 of us on the job site. And I don't know where they're parked. What happens when the thing gets into full way, when they start digging? What happens with snow removal? Where are we gonna put the snow from the parking lot? As now, they just plow it up, right up to the back by the fence, by the railroad. Where are they gonna put it now? If they keep pushing it, you're gonna alleviate parking spots. So I think the number of parking spots that you have in mind may be good on prime condition, but as things get going, I think you're gonna see that you don't have near enough parking. And like Mrs. Paquette said, I too rent a house, and there's never one person that I've ever rented to that has had one car. Every one of them had two. The tenant I have now has three. So it's far be it me to tell someone what they can do with their property. But I just think as living in here, the house I live in has been in my family for over 100 years. I've seen the good things. I've seen Valley Falls. I went to school at St. Patrick's Church, St. Patrick's School in the old school. I was one of the first classes in the new school. So I know what was there. I saw the traffic. There was nothing. But it's only getting worse with the Ann and Hope coming, the addition onto the high school. They come up and down, again with Pick and Pay, there's another one. They come up and down Elizabeth and Geldard Street like wild. It's always busy, always. And I just don't think it's right to the people who live there. And I've talked to a bundle of neighbors. I don't know when the traffic studies are done. But it's certainly not. I mean, with this, we used to have a reprieve on weekends. We don't have it. We won't have that no more once this is going. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, even though none of us on this board live south of Dexter Street.
Miss Reese lives,
What'd you say?
Miss Reese lives on Forest Avenue.
Okay, all right, fine. I know this board comes down to the town hall, not just on nights that we have meetings, okay?
Mhm.
We come down here several times to do whatever business we need to do, the planning board. So I want to assure you that all of us at some point in time have been down this area, no matter what. So we do recognize and know what the traffic's like. Plus, my son teaches at BF Norton, and I hear stories from him. So I mean, don't think that we're not listening and because we live that way, that, okay?
I believe you are, but I don't think there's any way to resolve the problem with that many units.
Well, we're gonna work with, I know the planning staff is working with the developer. He's taking notes. I know that to see what we can work on and adjust and
those
so
are the-
on. So,
Those are the things I have concerns with.
yes,
When we get the 2 feet of snow, which we all know is gonna happen, where goes the snow? You've got problems with the snow removal. Where are you gonna put it? And that forces those people who park out into the areas too. Where people around shoveling snow, shoveling spots for their cars, people are gonna just wing right in there. I don't claim I know anything about traffic studies, but I do know that I can foresee there's going to be problems. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Certainly. Sure, Mr. Scott.
I have a question for our engineer here in regard to the traffic flow within the complex. If we only had an entrance on Broad Street and an exit on Church Street, would that resolve an issue relative to some of the questions that are being asked tonight? Because I think one of the problems is if you have an exit on Broad Street, especially during the peak hours, trying to go left or right, that would create a major issue. I think some relief would be considered if that was the only entrance on Broad Street and the exit on Church. Now, I know it's an inconvenience for the people that would live in the complex. They have to go around this corner, but I think in regard to the people that live in the area, they've got an inconvenience as well. So I'm thinking that maybe that would be some type of remedy to assist in trying to appease some of the residents in here.
But I think that Church Street is a one-way. So
Yeah, to
people
the
would have to
right.
take a right,
That's correct.
then you have to loop around the neighborhoods to get to Broad Street.
I
And we'd be
understand.
creating a problem for neighbors.
Well, I don't know if, I don't think there's that many people that are gonna be in the complex that are gonna be driving on a regular basis all at one time. So it's gonna be very sporadic. And I think it would be less of an issue compared to what happens on Broad Street, especially when the school's getting out or getting in. So that's
Mr.
just a
Chairman.
comment on my behalf.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Stevens.
this applicant has provided more information, more experts, witnesses, more reports than you might expect at master plan level. And I think the circulation issues will be dealt with at preliminary when they will have to have all the answers. So I recommend that we just move on.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. That's kind of where I was going at this point, because this hearing is also fact gathering for all the parties involved, for us on the board for our planning staff and also for the developers and their experts. So this is what we're trying to do, is gather information at this point. Those decisions are being made or anything. They've been taking their notes and they're going to get back to us in response to some of the issues that were raised this evening. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want
Mr. McModica?
to, we have a virtual audience of about 10.
Yes. Is there anyone that wishes to speak?
So if there's anyone who is zoomed in to this meeting virtually, and if you'd like to speak, there is a raise hand button icon with a hand. So if you just click the raise hand, we will promote you and let you speak. And Mr. Chair, no one has raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. At this point, are there any other comments from the board? Mr. McDonald.
I had a concern about the parking. And the number of spaces, and what the lady said may have some merit, the first lady. We don't know how many of the renters are going to have how many cars. And if they cannot fit, if there are more than 69 cars, where are they going to park? It seems as if, particularly from the comments of the people, that it's vehicular traffic and not foot traffic that's a problem. There are some noticeable variances that they're going to be asking for, which I don't have a problem with. But I wonder how the number of cars is going to be handled. I'm thinking out loud about restricting. And I don't know whether you can do it, the number of cars that someone can have if they have a 1 or 2 or 3 bedroom rental unit. And to the gentleman that asked about Dexter Street, I grew up in Chelsea, Massachusetts, the poorest community in the state. And I lived on the 3rd floor of what Bostonians call a 3-decker. So I know where you're coming from. So master plan is one thing, but the number of cars could be an issue when it comes to the next phase of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Butler?
I'm also concerned about parking, but I know we just finished Dan and Hope, and unless I'm wrong, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the developer of the Ann and Hope project mentioned that they put as part of the lease agreements, the number of parking spaces that a resident can have. And so if they have a 1-bedroom apartment, they can have 1 car, they get a permit for 1 car, and that limits the amount of parking they can have. Perhaps that is an option. I think it would be good at preliminary plan to also talk about the snow removal, whether when there's that 3-4 foot snow event, if snow, yes, exactly, Ms. Buckhead. If snow can be trucked off the site, if that's something you do at other complexes that you manage. And just, the hardest part for us, Mr. Scott and I were talking about it before the meeting started, is, when neighbors have legitimate objections to projects. But as I said at the informational meeting we did, if this project doesn't go through, the diocese is still going to sell that land. They're not going to hold on to it in perpetuity. By right, somebody could buy that land tomorrow, knock down the church, knock down the rectory, put a drugstore there, a doctor's office there, a use that would have a much more detrimental effect on that area of town. I don't live south of Dexter Street, but not too far north of Dexter Street. My son goes to school across the street here. I'm down here twice a day, every day. The traffic is horrific. It is. But I'm not sure that this is the straw that breaks the camel's back when it comes to traffic. And a drugstore or a medical building or something else that could go there with the loss of that beautiful church would have a lot more effect on traffic. And there wouldn't be much we could do to stop it because a developer could develop those uses by right. So, I'm a big fan of this project with the minor tweaks of preliminary, but I applaud One Builders for stepping up and doing this. And as I mentioned, my grandmother was a parishioner at that church for a long time. And I'm glad it's going to be saved. And I do think it's going to be a good project. So.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. McDonald.
I just want to briefly piggyback on what Mr. Butler said. I agree with him about this being a better use. But my comment on a number of cars, just some quick math for the applicant to think of. If a one-bedroom was limited to one car and the 2 and 3 were limited to 2 cars, that's a total of 61. It's within the number of spaces that they have. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's one board member that's here that is sensitive to residents not having to park at a commercial parking lot off of Broad Street overnight.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Okay.
So if we're ready, I'd make a motion in regards to 295 Broad Street, Assessors Plot 4, Lot 266 and 305 Broad Street, Assessors Plot 4, Lots 264, that we approve the comprehensive permit and major land development master plan. Included in our decision is the approval of waivers to residential density, maximum lot coverage, front yard building setback, distance between residential structures, number of residential buildings on a lot, number of parking spaces, landscaped parking islands, and commercial use. Would add the conditions that that they recess the northernmost townhouse further east, so the 3 sets of townhouses are equally staggered along Broad Street, and revise the traffic study to reflect the exit-only driveway from the property to Church Street. In making the recommendation, we find that the plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and included in our decision the finding of facts from Mr. Stevens and Mr. Modica's memo of September 21st, 2022.
I have a motion by Mr. Butler. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Ambrosia. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Chair votes yes. Motion carries. Yeah. And we look forward to the developer and his experts to address the concerns that were made tonight. Okay, thank you. And just for the audience, this is just master plan approval. So there are several stages. This just allows us to go. Okay. Please. Can I have your attention, please? For the people in the audience, master plan is just the initial stage, okay? All the fact gathering that we have received tonight, the developer and his experts are going to take that all under account and come back to us. This is just the very, very beginning. So don't forget that, so that as we move along in this process, make sure that you return. And if you have additional questions, or if your questions have been satisfied or not, we want to know that, okay? Thank you. Lost my, you got the agenda? I lost my, in the shuffle here. Yeah. It's here, but I. Yeah. So, next item on the agenda is item number 7, public informational meeting, major land development master plan. Project name is Storage Rentals of America. Owner is SROA 95 Industrial RI LLC. Applicant Himley Horn and Associates, location 90 Industrial Road, Assessors Plat 23, Lot 184. Zoning is I1 with public water and public sewer. A zoning ordinance amendment, the applicant requests a positive recommendation to the town council for a zoning amendment to allow construction of a three-story self-storage facility. And B, major land development master plan. The applicant requests master plan approval to construct a new three-story self-storage facility. Mr. Modica. No, I got it here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to pick up where you left off about the process, the review process here, because there are different ways the project could play out. It's a little more complicated than a normal project. So just to move back, there's public notices required, and state law requires at least 7 days notice to abutters within 200 feet of the project. The planning department mailed notice on September 13th, and notice appeared in Valley Breeze on September 15th. So tonight on the agenda, the planning board is voting on two items. One is a zoning ordinance amendment, and the other is for master plan. As Mr. Chair explained, the master plan is conceptual. And since the zoning amendment and master plan review are interrelated, I would say the planning board will take up and discuss both items simultaneously. Now, the zoning amendment, this applies only to this specific property. It does not apply to the zoning ordinance as a whole. And so the planning board is going to make a recommendation to the town council on the zoning ordinance. And they could recommend, the planning board could recommend to approve this as it's written. They can add conditions, or they can recommend denial. Then the next step with the zoning ordinance is that it'll be heard at a town council meeting. This is a public hearing, and the town council can also vote to approve. They can add or subtract conditions, or they can vote to deny. And that meeting, that town council meeting date has not yet been set. But the earliest it could be held would be one of the November town council meetings, and they meet the first and third Wednesdays of every month. So there will be another notice sent to abutters who receive information about that town council meeting date. Now, for master plan, it's the first of two phases of review. So the second phase is called preliminary plan. So master plan, as we said, is more conceptual. And it's at the next stage, preliminary plan, where there's more engineering detail that will be reviewed by all departments in town hall. And we're aware of the stormwater runoff issues on Jenna Way and Quarry Lane. The terrain, we know it's more level west towards Diamond Hill Road, while it slopes down to the east to the homes down there. So during preliminary plan phase, these issues are going to be addressed between the applicant and Public Works Department prior to coming back to the planning board. So when the project reaches preliminary plan, there will again be another round of notice to abutters, this time at least 14 days in advance and by certified mail. So with that, I'm going to jump into the project. What I did not include in the staff report is that we had a technical review committee meeting on this project with the applicant on March 3rd of this year. Planning staff, Public Works, Building, and Fire were at the meeting, and we reviewed conceptual, a little more conceptual than we have now, plans for the project. Two issues came up. One was drainage that I mentioned, and the other is the height and visibility of the self-storage facility from the adjacent residential area. So as you know, in an industrial zone, this is I-1 zone, a building can be built up to 75 feet. That is allowed by right. The zoning ordinance only allows a one-story self-storage facility. As we know, 3 stories are being proposed. This one-story limit for a self-storage building was added to the zoning ordinance in 2009 during the big rewrite of that year. But I did not find an explanation of why there was this specific limitation only to self-storage buildings. Real quick, I just want to give you a brief historical background and context of the area. So Industrial Road is here. Get my zapper. right? Industrial roads here in the middle. And this is called the Cumberland Industrial Park. I don't know when it was formally established, but the first buildings were built here in the late 1960s. The original portion of the Okanite building was built in 1973, and the park gradually got built out over the ensuing decades. In the early 2000s, the storage facility that's across the street from the subject property was built, as well as the Old Dominion facility, which is next to the subject property. Other uses here include shipping and warehousing facilities, several manufacturers that produce metals, cables, and saddle pads, a medical equipment supplier, and a brewery. So I go. This is the map, 1983. This shows the extent of the Cumberland Industrial Park in the 1980s. So at least until that time, zoom in maybe a little bit more. Anyway, so Industrial Road is showed here. It originally was intended to extend to Abbott Run Valley Road and below 295. Around here is where Industrial Road ended, and this is about our project area, and it was proposed to extend to Abbott Run Valley Road. Obviously, that did not happen. So this shows 1997, and the area here is, you can see a little shadow of the storage building that's across the street from it. Or I can do it here. So this area was mostly wooded. You see the outline of what's going to be Genoway and Corey Lane down here. But much of it was cleared for the Lanesville Commons residential development, which was built in 3 phases, starting in the early 2000s. And the properties that were on Genoway were part of phase 3 of that development. Planning board approved phase 3 in 2006. Then the real estate market crashed and construction resumed around 2014 to 2018. So as you can see, during that building period, I mean, in Genoway, a lot of the area was clear cut for the development. So unfortunately, what happened was the natural wooded buffer that existed there before between residential and industrial was removed. And here it is today. And so what's left now is just this remnant of trees. Stop sharing. So back to the zoning ordinance amendment. So as you know, current zoning allows 1-story storage building. Applicants requesting a zone change for 3 stories. The building is 35 feet high, measured to the top of the roof structure or the gable peak where the roofs meet, which is a zoning requirement for measuring building height. So while the 3-story, 35-foot self-storage building is specifically restricted, there are a lot of other buildings with different uses that can be built in industrial zones. Like I said, our zoning ordinance allows a building up to 75 feet high. So you could have a 6 or 7-story, 75-foot industrial building on this property instead, which would be more than twice as high as what's being currently proposed, and that 75-foot building would be allowed by right. What's more, there are about 50 uses allowed in an industrial zone, including more than a dozen manufacturing and processing uses that could pose more of a nuisance, could produce more noise, fumes, dust, vibration. Nuisance is not generally associated with a self-storage facility. So keep in mind, if there was a project before this board that involved the construction of a 75-foot high industrial building or office building, it would have to be allowed. Or even say a 1-story or 2-story building that was tall, that was 50 feet high, and it was a manufacturing building, metal products, produced plastics, whatever. The planning board could not deny that project because those uses and that height is allowed by right. So all buildings in industrial zone have to be at least 75 feet from adjacent residential zones. And this project meets that requirement. The building is 75 feet, at least from the property lines to the north and the east. Still, this project is probably going to have a visual effect on the adjacent residences. I was out there in the spring of 2021. And standing here on Genoway, right by the cul-de-sac. And you can see up to these white shapes. Those are Old Dominion trailers. And you could see through the trees and you could see to that property. Yeah, sure. So I was standing here about by this cul-de-sac towards that, which are Old Dominion trucks, the trailers, and you could see through the trees to those. And there's an elevation difference, maybe about 15 or 20 feet from the Old Dominion property down to Genoway. So, you know, these properties are looking up in that direction. So I think based on that observation, you know, for at least half the year, this new storage facility is going to be visible from parts of the neighborhood. And so we're recommending, you know, what we're recommending to mitigate this visual effect is for the applicant to create a dense and high vegetative buffer by planting evergreen trees around the north and east sides of the property that will reach a mature height of at least 40 feet. Unfortunately, I mean, this is not going to have an immediate effect of screening the building. In the long term, it should conceal it. But the draft ordinance also recommends other measures to reduce the visual effect on the neighbors, such as no signs facing the zone, lighting to be directed away, and limiting the facility's hours. So in terms of the comprehensive plan, the planning department does find the project is consistent with the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan, particularly the economic development element. And we recommend forwarding a positive recommendation to town council on the zoning amendment and approval of the master plan.
Board have any questions for Mr. Moda?
Thank you.
One thing is that I've noticed that the existing storage facility has a fence that goes around the periphery. And it's a gated situation, so people can't break in.
There's a keypad.
Right, okay. And I guess it's something we could also ask the developer. And I'm assuming that they're gonna fence the new building.
I believe the owner has an existing fence around 3 sides of the property.
All right, that's the area where the trailers and so on and boats or whatever. It is
On
being-
the west, the north, and the east, but
Right.
not the front of the building.
But I'm assuming that's gonna have to be reworked when they build the,
We've recommended a new fence.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, just totally opaque, so you can't see through.
Okay, thank you. That's where I was going. I know you had talked about the stand of trees and so on be planted as part of the buffer,
Right.
visual buffer. And I'm thinking that, since they've got to fence it anyway, that an opaque fence of some sort.
Right.
That could be used.
Right.
Okay.
To help out, right? 6 feet is the highest that is allowed, but you know, that's something to consider.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Modica? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Partington, is this yours?
Scott Partington for the applicant. As usual, Mr. Monica has done a great job of providing the board with a synopsis, an explanation, and a site review. I'd just like to add a couple of things. I don't like to be unnecessarily redundant. Obviously, this is going to be made part of the record. I can't say that the town, right from the first TRC meeting, as indicated already, was concerned about the drainage situation and concerned about the visual aspect of it, and that went hand in hand with the buffer. And I do agree with Mr. Monica's assessment or his interpretation of the whole buffer situation as it relates to on miscellaneous regulations in the zoning ordinance, that it's not only a distance buffer, it's also intended to be visual. And it's so that's also a consideration. I'd like to add also that with respect to the height of the building, and I understand there are elevation situations that have been, again, detailed by Mr. Monica in his opinion to you. Also of note that 35-foot height in an R1 zone, that's the height you can have a house in an R1 zone. So not only is it less than just about half of what it could be, but it's actually doesn't exceed maybe by a foot at the false front, maybe, that as to what someone could build tomorrow on a residential lot on any one of these streets. Also, the respect to the uses that are there, I mean, there are a lot of uses, as Mr. Monica has indicated in the zoning ordinance, that, I mean, even objectively, are a lot more intrusive, a lot more intensive, because it is an industrial zone. I took a look also not only at the permitted uses, but also at the uses that would be allowed by special use permit. And as you may be familiar from all your experience, that special use permit for the zoning board is the least relief that, in other words, it's the easiest thing to get, because basically in lay terms, it says that if it's by special use permit, it's probably already a use that should be permitted for that zone. And some of those uses are also pretty intense with respect to manufacturing, forging, things of that nature. So although I'm obviously here, as an advocate for one side, I would respectfully suggest that in the use table, that this use is certainly one of the least intensive with respect to industrial uses. And also the fact that, again, we're even observing the heights that would be observed in an R1 zone. The zoning, the whole thing with the zoning ordinance was basically what ended up happening with it, and Mr. Monica did explain it, but there was I would call it an ambiguity or an inconsistency. I don't know what the town would call it, but basically what it said was that our use table, you're familiar, our use table says, well, in an I1 zone, you can have self-storage. Then you go to the dimensional table and it says in an I1 sewer and water, this is what you've got for a height. And there's no, as you see in other places on the use table, there's no asterisks. There are no numbers. There's no reference to any further restrictions. However, in the definitional section of the ordinance, it says that it defines self-storage as a single story. Now, the observed result would obviously be that there would be a 75-foot one-story building, which is just an observed conclusion. So I mean, part of me said, well, and I've dealt with this before in town where there had been conflicts. Unfortunately, I know the planning department and the solicitor's office is working very hard to revise that zoning ordinance, which is long overdue. But generally, the law says when there is a conflict, it's resolved in favor of the landowner. In this instance, I felt that it was just, we had to go through the major land development process. In any event, it was better just to work with the town on this, get an ordinance that would make sense. Hopefully this type of conflict, I'm sure, is not going to happen in the future when the ordinance is cleaned up. And again, we are at master plan. And as Mr. Monica explained, as you're well aware, this is basically conceptual. The engineering comes later, okay? Regardless of that, I do have an engineer a professional engineer here this evening that was involved in to a great deal in the preparation of the plan, and also was involved in the TRC meetings with any questions that you may have. But I did want to say, even though we're not dealing with it yet, and we got to go through the Department of Public Works and everything, that I asked specifically about the drainage. And I know this is master plan, it's not what we're here to talk about, but I know it's a concern. And what I've been told is that an assessment was done of what the required drainage was supposed to be originally. And the conclusion of the engineers is that it was done incorrectly and that there should be no off-site runoff. The runoff was supposed to be directed to an on-site basin. And so it is the applicant's intention to make that correction. And I'm sure at some point when you see that, you would make it a condition in any event. But I did want to bring that to attention, even though it's master plan, because it was something that was raised. And I know it's been a concern, and it was raised by the town in the technical review committee meetings as well. So again, I didn't want to repeat everything that, again, Mr. Monica has said, as he's very thorough. Comprehensive plan, I think, is pretty clear on something like this. It does say mixed use for this area, the 2035 land use map. And I guess that's because technically there are some lighter industrial uses or maybe commercial uses in that area. So I can see why it is designated as a mixed use area, but as also has concluded, you know, the idea that anything that of any residential nature in there is pretty far-fetched, if just not allowed, period, due to the use table. So if there are any questions, I just want to make it clear that I did have someone here, but we are at master plan, and really the engineering questions, I'm sure whatever questions there are to be addressed, this board will make sure that we address them and have to answer at master plan.
Does anyone else have any questions, Mr. Costas first? Okay, Mr. Costas.
Yes.
Here you write about runoff.
I'm sorry, but what?
Runoff from this project prior to, has there been a real major issue for the neighbors?
It has been, yes. That was one of the first things that we were told at technical review, that was going to have to be addressed. And again, it's easy to say that, well, if there's runoff, you're not supposed to do that. So if anyone who suffers as a result of that can stop it. Well, that's easy to say, but you don't want to have people having to institute legal actions to stop what shouldn't be there in the first place.
Well, what I'm thinking is if there's a problem now and you go and put a bigger structure on the property.
No, and that was also requested, no, and I asked that question specifically. Is the existing basin, is it going to be able to handle the runoff with the new building and the merger of the two lots? And again, that's something I'm sure that this board would require in any event, based on my, experience here.
Mr. Scott.
I'm not familiar, obviously, with all the technicalities here, but can you restrict that height to what the new building is going to be, and will not be any, higher? It won't reach that
Yeah,
75?
you can, I mean, I assume that if that recommendation, I don't want to speak for the solicitor, but I'm sure if you made that a condition, then the council, the council, I'm sure would, give great credence to what the planning board has to say about that.
I don't want to see the height go to 75 feet. Can we restrict it to the 35?
With the,
Well, I think the zoning ordinance, the proposed zoning ordinance is specific that it's a 3-story
Yeah, it did.
with a certain height.
Okay.
Right.
So that would be it.
That would be it. Okay.
Right.
That's why I just wanted to.
But again,
40.
I mean, again,
No more than 40 feet.
Well, I
That's
think
what the zoning ordinance says.
I think the question was,
proposed-
I don't want to miss
That's
this.
fine, that's
all right.
fine, because it is 35 for the resident.
Anyone else have, Ms. McDonald?
I should have asked this earlier. Mr. Modica, the idea of drainage and impermeable surface, and the concern of probably people here who are downhill. Help me out here. Where does this put the board in approving a master plan? Because I'm assuming that Public Works is going to have to sign off on drainage. And what's the requirement? A 100-year storm, a 20-year storm? I'm kind of, what I'm trying to say here, that absent a catastrophic hurricane or something like that, that this would be designed such that the people who live downhill aren't going to have water cascading on them.
Right, so I'm not really an expert with runoff or stormwater, but I did speak with the Public Works Director just a few days ago about this, and he's going to be asking for a lot. He knows there's a problem down there, so he's going to be asking for, stormwater reports and different calculations, which I don't understand, but he's going to be, requiring a lot of information before he's going to sign off on anything.
Thank you.
And
Mrs.
I'm sorry, Mr. McDonald, I'm sorry.
Mrs. Salvatore, am I correct in assuming that Public Works will come up with a requirement for drainage on this?
Well, they will propose drainage. It'll be stamped by a professional engineer.
Okay,
And our professional engineer here, Director of Public Works, will review it to make sure that it was done properly.
okay.
There is a requirement for storm.
Yeah.
You know,
That's at preliminary.
That's a
Yeah.
Yeah,
preliminary.
it's just that I'm just thinking that I'm familiar with the terrain, and this is a pretty big piece of building that's going up, if it goes up. And how close the people are who live downhill. And I'm just sensitive to the fact that,
And if they can't design a system, then they may have to make the building smaller, or they may not be able to put the building there. But, that's what professional engineers do. I mean, so.
I mean, we're not seeking any relief. You've heard me come before and ask, recommendations with respect to relief from zoning requirements, from dimensional requirements, from buffer requirements. But we're not doing any of that. We understand that the town was adamant about the buffers, which we understood, and also that drainage is going to be a major issue. That's why I mentioned it tonight. I thought it was fair to bring that up at this point because we've been told up front that that's a concern. So.
it is.
Yeah, it is. No, I understand. And again, I think that goes into, again, in I-1, as you guys know, in I-1, the impervious surface, the requirements are pretty high for what you can have for coverage, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to meet the runoff requirements. You just simply do. It's just that simple.
Okay, thank you.
And you guys, and the planning board, I'm sure, I know that Mr. Duarte has just, resumed employment here after many years being elsewhere in the state. But I think even with what you've seen already, he's pretty strict. At least that's been my experience with Mr. Duarte. So I'm sure these guys aren't going to get off easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Mr. Costa?
This is, Ms. Salvador, the document that will be presented to us about the drainage. Well, that document will come before us. Obviously, there'll be people from the neighborhood here also. Is that document, would they be able to get a copy of that? Because if they've been dealing with this drainage issue for, I don't know how long, but is
Yes.
that something just to kind of settle them and say, okay, it looks like it's going to be addressed properly?
So, yeah, so with the entire application will be available generally online, and all the neighbors get additional notice for the next public hearing.
Right.
They can come in, they can look at the document, a hard copy, they can look online. So yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
If anyone wants to speak to me about it as well, they're always welcome to call me. I'll be glad to give them the information I have.
I know it seems like we're jumping the gun because this is a master plan approval, a request. But in the plans, when I reviewed them yesterday, there is a sheet, C-4.1. It's labeled grading and drainage plan. And it's kind of got me thinking yesterday. And then another plan that was prepared by Charles E. Lent, PLS, shows some drainage. So it got me thinking. And it's like, I kind of looked at it and said, well, where are they going with this? So it's, I know it's the rest of the board's got a concern, but it's, since it was presented here as part of the master plan, it got me thinking about, and I understanding that.
Yeah.
Moving forward, the engineering is going to be done as far as the real specifics, whether it's, a storage facility, piping and et cetera, and grading. But since it was presented this way, it got me thinking as to what is, in the minds of the engineers.
Sure,
going
that's
forward.
and that's why I wanted to impart to you at least what I knew about it. At this point, I didn't want everyone here to walk away with absolutely nothing with respect to that. So, I mean, so that's why I did inquire about what they found out with respect to the existing drainage patterns and what, why wasn't it working up there and what need to be done to fix it. So-
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do believe that DEM requires no net.
They don't, yeah.
runoff from a development
Correct.
for starters.
Right.
And also, I believe if Mr. Partington has an engineer here, maybe he should have him come to the podium and maybe he can answer some of these questions.
And that's where I was going next.
Okay, again, and again, with the understanding at this point, whatever we can testify to, we can tell you, we'll be glad to do that. Okay, the only, I will tell you, the only reservation I have, I don't have any reservations. Just the parameters of this is such that, again, you well know the drill is that, master plan is obtained conceptually, and then that's when the engineering costs and the work really goes into it. Now, fortunately here, because of what was told to us at TRC, we were told up front that these are going to be issues. So fortunately, the professional engineers did look into that and have already started to look into that because they know it's going to be an issue.
Understood.
All right, so
Yeah.
I'll have Mr. Zane come up and address whatever he can with respect to what they
Right.
know at this point about. the
And
drainage patterns.
I will note this for the record. At this point in time, we're not going to know what the drainage system looks like until they crank the numbers.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tim Zhang. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates.
Little bit.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tim Zhang. I am with Kimley Horn and Associates. I'm one of the engineers on this project. So we did take an initial look at number one, the previously approved drainage area and the stormwater report. We got that from Town of Cumberland records. So this is what I'm showing right now. You can see that what was initially proposed and approved was that all of this post 1, you can see here, and post 2. Again. Right. Post 1 and post 2. Sorry, post 1 and post 3. Those 2 areas are supposed to drain into this filtration basin. And then the rest, post 2 and post 4, that is supposed to drain offsite.
I'm sorry, can you speak a little louder?
Yeah.
Either
So,
yell or use the microphone, put the mic in your hand.
all right.
Thanks.
So you can see here that in post 1 and post 3, that is supposed to drain towards this basin. Showing the audience as well, post 1, post 3. Post 2 and post 4 are supposed to drain offsite. So that's what was designed and approved. Now, what actually happened is once we got survey, we found that all of that area, all of this area that was supposed to flow into the basin, that's actually flowing offsite into the residential properties. So all of this area, that's actually flowing offsite to the residential properties. So what we are proposing is that, of course, we'll work with DPW on this. Once we just fully design our site, we're going to make sure that all of our development is going into that basin. We're going to make sure that basin can handle all of the flow and essentially return the proposed condition to what was previously approved back when the original Storage Rentals of America facility was built.
So the impervious areas, including the new construction, that's all going to be piped. Correct?
So that's currently going to sheet flow. Once we complete a full analysis, if we need pipes, we'll add pipes.
Okay. Thank you.
And again, we'll coordinate with DPW and make sure we address all of their concerns, make sure the engineering is sound.
So the goal is to keep all the water on site, all the runoff.
Not all the runoff. So I'm going to go back to the previously proposed and approved plans for the original site. Post 2 and post 4 were approved to go off-site, right? But what happened was post 3, post 3 is also going off-site, which is likely what's causing a lot of the drainage issues in the residential properties. And I'll go back to what's actually on site right now versus, the design that I just showed you.
Excuse me, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
They can't see this. We could turn around and see that if you'd rather, that's the one that you should be. Okay, well.
I've been
that-
doing both, but if you guys can't see, I can do it again. Yeah, so I'm gonna go back right again to this one. Again, this is the previously approved and designed plan for the original storage rentals.
Excuse me, can I stop you right
Yeah.
there? You keep saying this is a previously approved plan. When is this plan from?
This plan was the stormwater report that was submitted for the original Storage Rentals America. I don't have the date with me, but I can get that for you.
I just want to make sure that if we're using a previously approved plan, that it still conforms to what the current standards are and regulations. So just because the previously approved plan is showing water leaving the site, I want to make sure that, if that's not allowed now, it's, you're not falling back on this to, say that's okay because this was approved.
Yeah, totally agree. And I will, again, coordinate with DPW, make sure I address all their concerns with the final design.
The runoff that's been approved at some point in time, it's not going to be any runoff going into the neighborhood.
No, that is not what we're proposing right now.
I know
Our
it's
goal is
just in
to,
the Stage, I know you're gonna redo
Right.
everything, but I just want to make sure, be on note that no water drain well should go into that neighborhood.
I can't promise that right now. I can tell you that we're going to significantly reduce the runoff. But again, I need to do the full analysis to make sure.
Well, I think we're talking about impervious surfaces and pervious surfaces. So some of that that's naturally, the runoff that's flowing, well, I'll say downhill, is that area right along the property line. That's all impervious. Am I correct?
What
I
I'm
mean,
showing
sorry,
right now here,
pervious.
all of that is pervious and also a
Right,
gravel parking
correct,
lot.
Right.
Right, and in our proposed design, all of our impervious, the building here, we're gonna flow that to the basin instead of offsite into the residential properties.
Maybe you could just explain to the audience what impervious means.
Sure, so pervious is essentially grass, landscape, and impervious is concrete, asphalt, building, surfaces that water can't penetrate.
Thank you.
Mr. Ambrosi, you asked them everything you wanted to ask? Okay. Board have any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Partington.
I'm glad that the agreement to stay on it. And, like you said, I mean, we have to do them once in a while. Normally I'm loud enough to pick everything up, but yeah, no, it's clear. I mean, the runoff issue has to be addressed. I mean, there are things you can do with the buffer, with the visuals. You could do certain things even with the elevation issues. Those things can be done and they're required by our zoning ordinance. But with this also, you've got DEM considerations as well. So that has to be addressed. And we were told that from the very first day. All these months ago, we were told this. So we're well aware of it. And that's the reason why I broached the subject tonight, was because, again, I didn't want everyone to walk away from this meeting without hearing anything about drainage, although at master plan, you normally don't. So.
But it was important to see what was originally designed. It gave us a much better.
It is. And, I guess it kind of begs the question, well, if the first place was designed a certain way and it wasn't done right, then what makes you think the second one's going to be done right? I mean, I guess that's a fair question. But obviously now, the microscope is on, because now the results have been seen, the adverse impact it's had on surrounding properties. So now it's much more, the focus is much more on this issue now. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying anyone before, dropped the ball or anything else, but the fact of the matter is, if it wasn't done correctly, now we see the adverse impact. So now all the more reason why it's got to be addressed.
Right, right. And we have to rely on our code enforcement inspectors to do their job. And we're not pointing any fingers at this point either as to why that didn't happen before, but here we are. So that concludes your presentation. Okay. So at this point, if anyone in the audience has any questions or comments, please come to the podium, give us your name and your address for the record, and we'll see if we can answer some of those questions for you.
Brett Hosny, lifelong Cumberland resident here. I live at 9 Quarry Lane, which directly abuts the property to the east. I just want to say, to start off, first off, thank you for allowing us to comment here. In reviewing the master plan, the proposal, there isn't anywhere listed that says anything about Quarry Lane. So all of the buffers, the light rules, everything like that, essentially to me, without it being in there, would make it seem like the lighting could point at Quarry Lane. There didn't have to be a buffer towards Quarry Lane. That was just kind of odd to me and really concerned me. Also, my property is about 40 feet below the starting point of where they're going to be putting the building. So 40 feet plus the 38 feet just makes it seem like it's at that 75-foot level visually to my yard and to my family. And when we're out there, I brought some pictures. I don't know if you want to see images or how it would affect us in our way.
You can float them if you'd like, and if you can leave them with our
Okay.
planning staff, we'll put it in the record.
Okay, sure. The view of the industrial park during the winter time when there's no foliage or anything like so.
25 cents.
Yeah, thank you.
So with that image in mind, and just with how tall the building's going to be, had the concern about privacy. The south side, the front part of the building does have windows on all 3 stories. So had some concerns as it doesn't show in this image, the second one there. I do have a pool in my yard, don't want outside viewing of the family and things like that throughout the anytime that it's visual, able to be seen. So it's certainly a concern on our part there as well. Also, I mean, the drainage has been mentioned already. Really concerned. I have been working with the town. About 4 years ago, I spent about $20,000 to put a French drain in all around my yard. It's helped. It hasn't rectified the situation. As you can see on the plan, that entire piece of property on that side really drains right down to our yards. I have videos of that as well. It's not good. Along with the visual effect of it, the lighting, definitely concerned with increased traffic. If car headlights, there's more people coming, they're more than doubling the amount of available units on the property. So more traffic, more cars, they come right down. It's downhill into the storage unit that shines right down into our yards on Quarry Lane. I just really think it should be considered as far as, the buffer goes with that. The way the structure is positioned, because it's 75 feet off of my property, actually it's 78, there's only about 10 feet of space before the fencing that's there to be able to provide a buffer at that height. Any other buffer would be down at our level, which wouldn't certainly do as much. We do have the thinly wooded area there, but as you can see, that helps, during the summer. So those are really my concerns at this time. Really want them to be taken into consideration, if you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just for verification, could you point out where your house is? We got a
Oh,
plan-
it's,
we have a
it's
plan here.
behind. So oh, on the plan?
We think we know which one it is. Okay, yeah, that's the one we're looking at. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's the one we thought it was. We wanted to make sure.
Sure. No, absolutely.
So let me ask you this, you put the French drain in and so on around the periphery of your property, not along your house, but the periphery?
Correct.
Okay. So what are you experiencing now? Any overland flow or is it coming from underneath?
What do you mean? Like, is it getting past the French drain or?
Well, is it flowing overland?
At times of heavy rain, it can flow, over it. We put in the French drain because there was a lot of flow
Right.
coming through the woods,
Yeah.
right, over the top of the land. We even had it checked out with DEM because there were weird colors in it, so,
Mhm.
but it came back
Yeah.
fine.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's still some, not as much obviously as it was, or else I would be really upset.
Yeah. What, have any questions? Any other questions, for Mr. Hosey?
I have
Ms.
one.
McDonald?
Do you or any of your neighbors have, when you talk about draining, it's into your yard, is that correct?
Yeah, it gets into the yard. Yep. Very swamp, not swamp, but
Mushy.
mushy, squishy, whatever you want to
Okay,
define it. Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Brian Ascoli. I reside at 36 Gentle Way for the last 7-8 years almost now. I'm the property that abuts immediately to the north of the proposed site. So obviously I have a lot of the same concerns as Mr. Hosny. The drainage issues, increased foot traffic into that area and right up into my backyard, basically. Additional traffic as well on the road. Increased light, noise pollution. I know that there's some mitigation plan for that. The visual barrier, I feel like as proposed, I don't feel it will be good enough to really shield that size building. The trees that are suggested to be planted are going to take some time to mature. If the goal is to protect like the kids' backyards, they're going to be probably grown and moved away by the time those trees provide the visual barrier that that we're looking for. So obviously it's a great neighborhood, not just Jenna Way, Quarry Lane, but Fairhaven, Steer Road, like even down to Abbott Run Valley, like we'll all be able to see this as it's higher elevation than all of us. So I'm sure like you could say you knew there was an industrial park there when you chose to build there. And of course, we were all like somewhat hesitant to build there because of that. One thing about the comprehensive plan that I have a question about is it does say in there that Diamond Hill Industrial Park is fully developed. That's what we had heard from various builders who built our houses, not all the same one, and what we had seen when we researched the area. So I guess that's one question I have. What does fully developed mean on the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, I read that part too. And obviously this lot is vacant and it's buildable, and I think, and there's another lot, 50 Industrial Road, that is not built upon. I think it's used partly for parking. So that comment, that statement in the comp plan wasn't 100% accurate.
Okay. So I mean, if that's the case and the comprehensive plan is not accurate and this master plan doesn't have to be in accordance with that, then I would understand that the lot is zoned for industrial can be used for many different uses, as we said, and as it has been to this date, like it has been used as storage. If you see in the pictures on page 11 in the plan, there's storage of boats and RVs there. So, I mean, it had been being used for industrial purposes without complaint from anyone in our neighborhood. If the comprehensive plan does permit for further development, then I mean, I would strongly oppose rezoning. I think that a plan that would require rezoning sets a dangerous precedent that like we did not expect coming into this neighborhood, that industrial park could be further developed outside of the regulations currently zoned for. So one other thing about the comprehensive plan that I wanted to point out is that the recommendation on page 41 states that it's clearly encouraging businesses that create more jobs and specifically discourages self-storage. I'm just curious how many new jobs this project is going to create, because I think it's an additional building for the same storage company. So I'm not sure if there's additional staff that needs to be brought on. Do we have numbers on that? Okay, so it's not creating any jobs as the comprehensive plan recommends for a project of this type. The plan also encourages promoting harmony with the surrounding residential area. And as we hear tonight from all of the neighbors and in the coming weeks, this plan clearly does not have the support of the community. One concern of mine is the safety and security, obviously, since it comes right up to my backyard. Excuse me. Can I just... Sorry about that. So safety and security, I think it was mentioned that the fencing is around which sides?
They're around the
On the
west,
existing lot?
west, northeast, west, north, and east. Correct?
No, actually, there's a fence currently on the south facing side as well that is locked at all times.
Oh, there's a chain link fence, right?
Yeah, so I think that's on page 9. You'll see the boats. Sorry, let's try to stay on the mic. You'll see the boats and RVs that are being stored in there currently. They're kept locked up. So that gives the neighborhood peace of mind that there's no public traffic going in there, foot traffic going in there. I'm assuming that gate would not be there because there's going to be a driveway in and parking and then access to the building with no additional staff, like was mentioned. So no security there. So definitely concerned about that. I know there's no entry on the rear side of the building facing my lot, but obviously there's public access. So I obviously want to keep as much of a buffer between that and where my kids are playing as possible. So I guess final comments I'll just say is I mentioned like being in harmony with the neighborhood. I think, you know, we've heard that it could be a lot of worse things, but if you look at the available uses, there's a lot of better things too, like town community center, community park. I mean, things that you could use an industrial park for that would be more in harmony with the neighborhood and have the support. I mean, I don't think any of us are opposed to the industrial park as in theory. My daughter trains in the gymnastics center over there. We frequent the brewery, something that promoted economic growth, jobs in the community and served the community. I think we could get behind. I just don't see the need for another self-storage lot when they have existing storage facilities space open on the existing, I believe. And it's it's just not a project that I think you'll find a community like ours or any around supportive of, as I've seen a similar project shot down in North Providence earlier this year. So I don't think we should lower our standards to the worst in North Providence. We're better than that. That's it for me. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you.
thanks for your time.
Anyone else?
So my name is Ryan Headley. I'm Mr. Scully and Mr. Housley's neighbor. I live at 39 Genoway. So I live directly across the street from Brian, so I don't have property directly abutting this property, but I do have it, right across the street. And I think like, here's the disappointment. So this is practically my entire neighborhood over here, like everyone. I don't think there's a single family. There might be one missing. Yeah, we're all here, right? And I think that's very, very important. And I think when we hear that, it could be worse, or the best argument I've heard for this development and the way it's proposed is that it doesn't, like emit toxic fumes, and it's like, it could be 75 feet. This could be worse. You're talking to people that bought property at expensive property, with under the pretenses that entire industrial park was fully developed. In fact, it said it was fully developed in the very same document that actually zoned the property residential. How does that happen? And when we buy something like that with those pretenses, and then, I've also heard the argument, well, you knew that it was an industrial zone, right? Well, what year did SROA buy the property? Was it 2020? So they certainly would have known and been able to do, the math, or the calculus or whatever as to what the rules were there. I only ask that they be held to the exact same standard we are, that they knew what they bought whenever they got it. And I would ask this committee to just shut this thing down. And this isn't right for the community. The best thing that this could happen, this might actually be affordable housing. There are actually storage units that have these kind of issues. There's crime issues. There was one in, I believe, Smithfield that was shut down for that very reason. They were trying to zone it, I guess, from residential to, in the back of a property. This is not what belongs there. It's not good for the community. It's not good for our kids to grow up next to, and just given what we saw today too, the initial work that got done, and I don't mean this to be inflammatory. I really don't. But we took an initial look at the drainage issue, something that everyone here knew was a giant issue. We all have mushy yards, and we've had them for 7 years. 7 years we've had mushy yards. And in fact, to some of us, it might have even been news that this property was to blame for some of those issues. And what did we hear? That the initial look was going back in public records, pulling up what was approved long before our property in our plat was even there, right? Things could have changed, since then. None of this work's been done. This hasn't been looked at. There has been absolutely zero work that's been done to see whether this property and how it's going to affect the community or anything else. And maybe I'm oversimplifying it. Maybe drainage isn't normally spoken, at this, but here we are. The entire neighborhood showed up. We all have we all have a point of view. We're mad that this could potentially happen. 35-foot building. I know it can be 75, but what's the tallest building in Cumberland? This is the Empire State Building of Cumberland. Okay. Like we don't live in a town that has tall buildings, so whenever we see a building, that's going to be, and maybe some houses are 35 feet. Okay. I think that's fine. I don't think anybody would have expected, a 3-story, storage unit to be put up in Cumberland right across from the other one, especially under the pretenses by which we all purchased our property. So, once again, I respect, what the service, to the community and everything that's going on here. But, you got a neighborhood of teachers, little league coaches, PTO members, at community school and all that stuff that are mad that this is happening, mad that, the very document that we use to make decisions buying property upwards of $500,000, is about to get less valuable, because of such a, I mean, that's kind of it's an important area. It's big. And it means something to everyone on that side of the room. And we pay taxes, we vote, we live here, and we're going to be around a lot longer than storage rental, of America, or what it is. So happy to answer any of your questions. And, I'm sorry, I got a little passionate up here, but it's my house. It's my neighbors. These are my friends, so it's my kids.
Board have any questions? No, Mr. Scanlon.
I can appreciate everything you say, and I appreciate the turnout here. The one thing I have an issue with relative to the industrial park. What if CubeSmart sells the property and wants, a manufacturing company comes in and wants to build a building 35 feet, 75 feet? You don't have any recourse to that because of the regulations. So, the argument that this may be better, I understand that. If I was in your position, I'd be doing the same thing you're doing, believe me. But I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here to a degree to see where we're from. I mean, if we get something that is allowable in that particular area, then we have to approve it based on the regulations. And you knew that you were abutting an industrial. So I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but whether this gets approved or not, something else could come in there, like it's been said. And I would be very concerned about that, down the road, because if you deny something like that, these types of companies could say, see you later, sell the property, and then you're in worse condition.
And understood. And I think, and I think it's, it's certainly worth considering, and it has been something that we all discussed. Number one, right now, I think if they built a 1-story, which is, perfectly within their rights, we may be here to make sure that there's an opaque barrier or something to that effect, that they're actually following the rules, the same ones we'd be asked to follow, if that makes sense.
The other issue there too is I know you have a problem with drainage. And they're going to correct this, based on all of the regulations at this point. That may improve your situation relative to that issue going forward. So I don't know.
Well, and if someone did come and put a more intrusive building on that particular property, they would have, I mean, I'm not an expert on drainage by any stretch, but I do think that, I think that it would actually, end up making it worse. The bottom line is, regardless, there's no fix that's going to make us at a higher elevation of this property. So and they even said, there's going to be runoff that's going to come, down the hill. I mean, there's answers, there's questions that haven't really been looked at in any material, serious way. So, are we willing as a neighborhood, just based on the discussions we've had, to try to come to some understanding here? I think that the neighborhood would also argue that when we hear from the developers and confirmed by the town comprehensive plan that this particular industrial park is fully developed, I think that what you're talking about, that alternative that could be worse than a storage facility, I don't think we were willing to, I don't think we didn't buy our property under the pretense that was even a possibility. And frankly, we were lied to by somebody, or maybe it was an error. I don't know. But I think it's important. And I think that this board, along with the town council or any of the powers that be, need to understand that this was not our fault, and whereas I don't begrudge anyone to do whatever they want with their property at all. What I would say is SROA purchased the property after this neighborhood was there. They knew going in, just like we did, where we were going to be. We were there before they were. Not one person in our neighborhood has made a complaint against Old Dominion that I'm aware of, or any of the other properties that are there. They were there first. We did, we went in with that eyes wide open. In this case, they're the ones that went in eyes wide open. And their gamble was that they were going to be able to change your minds to a rule that already existed. So I would make the argument that, sorry, that this isn't what we want. Follow the rules, build this with, I mean, if they build a 1-story building, we're still gonna have to fix the drainage. And I think that's, in fact, by virtue of them owning it, they really should fix the drainage. Anyway, I would say, so hopefully that answers your question and,
No, good point. I appreciate it.
You made mention of something, of either having documentation or being under the impression that the industrial park was a full build out. Am I correct?
yes.
And
That's the town comprehensive plan that it's the same one that actually had the Genoway resident, it's the same document that actually zoned the property where we live residential. It's page 41.
but it's, I'm trying to figure out how it would be mentioned that it was fully developed. Now, granted, it was fully platted.
Yeah.
But that lot.
Yeah, the word is fully developed. That's in that document verbatim.
Mr. Stevens, do you recall any of that?
Are we talking about the comp plan?
He said page 41?
Yeah, it says, the site with Cumberland Industrial Park is now entirely developed, but vacancies occur from time to time.
And all of us over there bought property knowing that, that's one thing we knew. It was multiple vendors, it was multiple realtors, is that, yeah, we knew we were going to live next to an industrial park. But we in no way, shape or form would have ever expected based on town documentation, the same one that zoned our property residential, that we would be looking at a 35-foot, skyscraper of storage proportions. It's disappointing that we had to be, here.
No, I was just wondering why.
Yeah.
It's there that it was mentioned that it was fully developed. But when Ms. Salvatore?
Well, even when things are fully developed, they can be redeveloped. So, I mean, I don't know, when did you buy your property?
I bought it, we closed in February of 2023.
And so this comprehensive plan that you relied on was adopted in June of 2016. So after you bought the property. I just want to be clear.
Well, but
Because I doubt, honestly, I mean, I've lived here all my life too.
Yeah.
I don't think we all read the comprehensive
Well,
plan. before we buy our
regardless
house.
of that document or whatever one we're doing, it was pretty clear that property was absolutely.
I just want to be clear because I don't want to get into an argument with people, but when we're kind of, excuse me, when we are disparaging the planning staff, I'm going to speak up because nobody did anything untoward. So I just want to be clear. The comprehensive plan, obviously a lot of Cumberland is developed and it can be redeveloped. So that's all I want to say. I don't want to get into an argument.
No, and there shouldn't be an argument.
But
And
you can't disparage the
I'm
staff.
not disparaging anyone. The gentleman here stipulated the fact that was in that document in there. And that's what I was referring to. I'm saying it's an expensive error for those that spend a whole lot of money on a whole lot of property. So I'm not being disparaging whatsoever. In fact, I thank the board for their service and everything else. So hopefully you didn't take that.
No, what I was trying to understand is that industrial park, okay, was cut. Okay, road was in and it was all platted for all these lots, including the lot in question. And then I'm just trying to figure out where it came up that the industrial park was fully developed, and when yet there was still a lot that was, and I'm saying that there was a lot that was zoned was it I-1? Okay. And how that happened in far as that's, I'm just trying to wrap my head around that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can answer that because we took a comprehensive plan draft that had been posted for 14 months, I think, before I got here. And then the town staff basically edited this document. Now, I'm not saying that everything's going to be perfect, but essentially it was done in-house with some consultant help. And if you're looking at entire municipality, you're talking about editing 280 pages down to 180 pages. We got an award for this plan. And in order, by all appearances, it is fully developed. If we have two lots here that are underused, and I would make the argument that this lot is used, but to say that that to make assumptions about its developability is in terms of a comprehensive plan is,
Well, what comes to mind is Highland Industrial Park, and I know how that was developed, okay? They put in all the drainage, all the roads, utilities and so on, and they had several empty lots. I mean, purchased piece by piece and structures were put on them, but for all intents and purposes, the entire industrial park was intact. It was developed, even though there were empty lots, they were still part of the industrial park, and that's what I'm trying to get my head wrapped around.
And perhaps, I don't specifically remember this, but I was part of the planning process because I was the planning director before Mr. Stevens was. But you make a good point because I don't know what fully developed was meant to mean, but there are trucks parked there. That's a development. There's a parking lot there with trucks and vehicles parked there. That is a development. So my point is, it was substantially developed with uses. And at any time, a property owner can redevelop their property under the terms of the zoning ordinance then in effect. So again, I really didn't want to be arguing about this, but my point was, it seems like there's pointed, questions to us where, about a comprehensive plan that this gentleman did not read because it wasn't in effect before he before he bought his property. And I'm just defending the staff. That's my point.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you that, what did I go through and read the entire comprehensive, plan before I moved to Cumberland? I don't think anyone can honestly say that they did or would. What I will say is though, that every single one of us had realtors, had builders, and all that stuff. And there was not a single person that wasn't under 100%, clear, advice that no, that was fully developed. So, I don't know that having a document that was like a few months after, it was still wrong in 2016. It was still wrong, and frankly, and I'm not disparaging any of the work anyone did. It is, however, an unfortunate error, that regardless of whether it was in that plan or not, it was certainly being socialized by, the builder, the developers, that everybody else that was there, to the point where that's certainly the understanding. It's certainly 100% the pretense we were all under is that there were not going to be any additional, major developments going up.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Stevens.
I mean, when you buy a property, a comp plan is one indices about what could be built, but you want to check with an attorney if you're next to an industrial park and look at the developability of these sites. No one, to my knowledge, contacted the planning department and asked how that property, what's the developability? What risk am I incurring because I'm buying in next to industrial park? It's just.
Okay, well, then I would just ask that the zoning change that's being requested here be declined for the reasons that I've laid out here. And I think it's the things that happened back in 2014 and in 2015, we can talk about. I mean, SROA, as I understand it, purchased this property in 2020. At least that's when the news release was there. So they also knew what they were buying. And, and to be able to build a 35-foot, building here, we're here. We're able to, there's a reason why there's public, there's a public request for opinion here, right? I mean, if it's that cut and dry and they can just come and build a 35-foot storage facility, then why are we here? I mean, I think that look, that's my point, right? If I made a mistake buying the property and that's what you're telling me, then, well, bummer, but they might have made a mistake buying theirs too.
I'm just want to be clear. No one's accusing anybody of making a mistake, but to cite the comp plan as the sole, to cite the comprehensive plan as your sole reason that one would feel comfortable purchasing the land kind of belies the legalities of the zoning. And an expert land use attorney, we have one and we have two of them in our presence. That's what I would take to the bank if I had these
Well,
concerns.
that's, sir, listen, once again, I'm not disparaging anybody's work or anybody's service to this community, and I don't mean for that to be the case. What I will say is that very plan in terms of what the goals are and stuff like that have been quoted here in support of other projects. So I don't speak for everybody over there. I mean, I think that, the conversations we've had, certainly are, we sure are disappointed that this is potentially going up in our, in our community where our kids play. We're all more than willing to, listen to a well-developed plan about how we're not going to have some of these issues, and how, we were, apparently under the, false impression, that particular lot of property up there wasn't, that someone could come and build one of the tallest buildings in Cumberland that abuts a residential property.
Thank you. The thing that I'm wrestling with, okay? And this is what the board wrestles with all the time, is the current zoning of this lot. It's an I-1 lot, correct? Okay. And it has a maximum allowable height of 75 feet,
Yes.
okay? And what they want the amendment is for the maximum height to be 35 feet? Am I correct?
I believe the proposed zoning ordinance is for 3 stories and 40 feet.
Okay,
That's what the zoning ordinance is proposed to be changed to. And I want to be clear. So the height is 75 feet, but this use, self-storage, is defined as a 1-story building.
okay, thank you. I understand that now. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
The young lady that was back there, did she leave? Well, when you see it, please apologize that because she was going to be next on in line, so.
Okay, I'm a lot shorter than Ryan, so just give me a second. Amy Archer, resident at 32 Genoway, also a registered professional engineer in the state of Rhode Island. I have a few points I'd like to make. It has been mentioned a couple times, and I want to make sure it is on the record because it differs from what was said in the application. It is not a vacant lot. It's graded, it's leveled, it's occupied, and it's used. And it has been like that since we moved in. So even though it was prior to the comp plan, we had reasonable expectation that everything that abutted our property was being used, had a use, and was in accordance with the zone. What my neighbor was going to say, unfortunately, she had to leave, was she just bought in 2018, and she was aware of the comp plan before she purchased. There are several people in our neighborhood, the homes have already turned over, and they have purchased after 2016. So some of us here were prior to that, some of us here were after that. So that was the point we also wanted to make sure it was on there. I completely understand your statement about not wanting something higher built here, and we absolutely don't. So I want to make 2 points relative to that. We have a grave concern about the precedent this could be setting for this owner now that they're trying to merge the 2 properties. So if you approve 3 stories on this part of the parcel and they merge them, what is going to stop them from wanting 3 stories on the rest of it? On the part that they currently have as 1 story that we barely see, that the fences block, that the trees cover some months of the year, but not all of the months of the year. While they're asking for a 35-foot building, Brett pointed out, and it's even in the letter from Mr. Stevens, our parcels are considerably lower than that. Mr. Stevens' letter even quotes that one of the houses on Genoway has an elevation of 160, and the top of this building is going to be 262. So you're looking at 102-foot height bearing down over our neighborhood, blocking sunlight from our backyards. So we have concern about that, even though 75 is the regulation, we would like you to account for that differential in height and how it bears down on our neighborhood. Another point I wanted to make was, like I said, I have a lot of concern that if this goes through as 3-story, they may ask for more 3-story on the rest of their parcel. If they redevelop the whole thing as 1-story, they could get the same square footage they're asking for. They currently have about 40,000 square feet. This was supposed to be about a 60,000 square foot addition. Totals about 100,000 square feet. They have that much space. They could do it as 1-story. And it would help with the issues that Brett brought up about having people driving directly towards his property, having light shining in his property. It's dark in winter by 4 o'clock and they want to be open until 10 p.m. So for 6 straight hours every day, they're going to have people driving straight at their properties, shining light into their backyards. If they built a building across the whole lot, the building itself would block light from our neighborhood. And it could be the 1 level and it could be the same size that they have. And I've kind of sketched that up and I would like to share it with you and I'm going to give it to the planning board as well. There are a few copies if you want to spread those around. This first sheet is actually the grading, showing the differential between the parcel and the abutting houses. Rather than the second page is if they did a 1-story building, up on their total clear and upper, and the second is yes. So the first page shows grading in the area and exemplifies that extreme differential between this parcel and the immediately abutting parcels. The Hosny's house on Quarry Lane is at least 40 feet below to begin with at base elevation. The second page shows if they just built a 1-story within the space that's already cleared without them touching any trees, any other part of the area that currently buffers us from that non-vacant currently used parcel. And then the third plan, since they brought up drainage already, if they were going to utilize the space that's currently set for that drainage ditch, they could get even more square footage, more square footage than what they've proposed. And they could do that with 1-story. It would not be this egregious building that's bearing down, overlooking our properties. I know the other thing that concerned me as far as what could come of things, the comp plan did point out that the industrial park is developed, but occasionally has vacancies. So if they build this 3-story building, is there any assurance it's going to stay just self-storage, that it's not going to convert to some of these other horrible uses that they said it could be with more traffic and more noise? We have concerns about that. If the structure is there, it seems like it would be easier for them to sell it to some other use. So we're asking you to stop it now from being that tall. I would just like to end by saying, if you wouldn't want something this large in your backyard, please don't let them build it in ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald?
I just want to be clear, you're saying they could develop. Who is they?
SROA is trying to combine the 2 parcels, was my understanding, correct?
Well, I ask because in the paperwork, and I'll mispronounce his name, the owner is a Bo Reich from Florida.
I believe that's the person representing themselves as SROA.
Well, it says owner, all right. Well, that was the other question I had for somebody. How much of this, the entity that wants to develop this, how much of the industrial park does that entity own? I mean, I've got it on Google Maps. I've got a gymnastics center.
So the parcel that was sent to us in the mail was for 184, but then the letter recommendation was that once that was done, the owner wanted to combine the 2 parcels.
Okay. The height aside, the appearance aside, I've got a map on Google Maps here. And it appears as if what is proposed to be developed is going to affect most of Jenna Way and Quarry Lane.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the other question it's a question of a comment and looking at the handout. And it's a question I was going to have for Mr. Partington. It appears as if 80% roughly of what would be a foundation would be put on, for lack of a better phrase, is already concrete. Is that correct? Could you, if you could. If, well, you'd have to look at her handout on the third page. It appears as if most of what is to be, this building is gonna sit on is
Yeah.
already paved.
I know there's a portion of the lot that's currently paved, and I believe that's in the notes that were given you by the planning department.
Okay.
I don't know the exact percentage of that. I don't know.
Can you look at the,
So this is the existing structure.
Yep.
This is the existing parking lot.
Yep.
If they're looking to combine, this combined area of already cleared space more than the square footage they were trying to.
I mean, I guess I don't want to get in the weeds any more than I already have. But what I'm attempting to do is to determine this particular development. What residential real estate it affects, and it appears as if it would affect, if it affects Jenna and Corey, which is not all of what it surrounds the entire development. And you've got Steer Road,
Yeah.
Fairhaven, et cetera.
Yep.
So again, I get back to the drainage issue. In developing this, well, let me put it this way. In an ideal world, it would solve the drainage problems for everyone that has a drainage problem on Jenna Way and Quarry Lane.
Right. No, I mean, and again, I don't, I'm not, I don't want to, I'll just respond to that. Again, the answer to the question is just that, again, there is a paved area. I mean, that I'm aware of that. I don't know the percentage exactly, but, you know. So, and as far as if the part of your comments are about affecting or first of all, drainage, I mean, you know, every project that comes in front of this board has to comply with the drainage requirements. And at most of these meetings, whenever there's a drainage issue, you guys have heard it over and over and over again, where people who are abutters will say, well, it's great to say that, but will it really happen? And if that's going to be the standard that we follow going forward, then you're not going to approve any development or any subdivisions. And as far as my people or my client knowing what he had when he bought it, yes, he did. He had a pre-existing lot of record that was zoned industrial 1. So I don't see why that should be an issue in this case. Also, the comprehensive plan part that's referred to, if I'm not mistaken, that's like 2 or 3 lines in the land development element, and what it's a land use element. What it basically says, and again, this is my interpretation, and obviously I'm on one side of this argument. My interpretation of that is if you read it in the context of that whole area of the comp plan, it was identifying the industrial sites in Cumberland. And it simply pointed out the Highland Park, it pointed this out. What it said, what my reading of that, I've read it before several times. My reading of that is just that, well, these are the industrial areas in Cumberland. This is what they are. And they are developed. Question about whether it's fully, whether it's not. I mean, the comprehensive plan, if you look at the comprehensive plan and you look at all of the economic development portions that were cited in the planning department's recommendation, I mean, they far outweigh any 3-line land use element notation that the industrial park that's not fully developed, somehow now a pre-existing lot of record cannot be used. I just don't follow that logic at all.
I just wanted to check Rick if anyone had any other questions for me, and I did want to know, I believe it was the previous applicant said they were doing underground stormwater chambers. That could happen under a building the size I just showed you.
I'm not so sure they have an idea of what they want to do drainage wise, but nothing's
Yeah,
that's in
nothing's
granite,
been
as you know, they gotta,
formalized
they gotta crank the numbers and. know
I'm
it's
just
gonna-
saying, I think there are options. They could go a couple different ways.
Yeah.
There was an area identified for drainage on that lot. It's not working right now. If they did something like chambers, they could use more space, keep it one level
Mm.
and still accommodate the drainage improvement.
Mm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just
Oh,
One,
yeah.
I got a
one
comment.
comment. I don't live very far from there. I've lived there for 29 years. And I remember the problems that those poor people on Jenna Way had some time ago. It was a mess. So I'm sensitive to the drainage issue. And I've already expressed it 7 ways to Sunday. So we'll just wait. If it passes tonight, we'll just wait for the next step.
Mr. DeBrosa.
Got a couple of comments. One, you know, whether this building at that footprint is 75 feet tall or 10 feet tall, the area is the area. So the amount of runoff that's going to be created
Right.
is going to be what it is.
Right.
Expanding the same amount of square footage over a 1-story building would exponentially increase that amount of runoff. That being said, you know, our hands are somewhat tied to what our role is here. And so when it comes to what we're looking at here, the question as to whether or not we want to okay the idea of allowing a storage facility to have a 3-story building, I think you're right in that it does set a somewhat dangerous precedent, because what's to say that the next place that isn't necessarily in the industrial park doesn't want to have a 3-story, storage facility. They are notoriously not attractive buildings. They don't really produce much or do much for a community. And that's very valid concerns that you folks have. So I think that, you know, you're kind of in a place where you have to pick the lesser of, you don't have a pick, but it's the lesser of 2 evils. You know, you can, like what it's been said, it can be a 75-foot tall smog producing plastics facility.
Or it could be a.
Or it could be- it could be a lot of things.
Footage they want.
And I think that, given the position that you're in, I don't know that you have very many better scenarios as it,
Well, I think I posed one. Thank you.
I just want to be clear that the decision for this zoning ordinance amendment does not lie with this board, okay? That comes to us first, we look at the master plan. The master plan is the conceptual plan for what they want to do there. But is relative to zoning ordinance amendments, goes right to the town council. So what happens, regardless of whether this board approves the master plan, and even, or if they make a recommendation, it lies with the town council. And that's where you need to think about that, and that's where you really have to lodge all your complaints very strongly with them, because they have the ultimate say, okay? They're the pros from Dover, okay? They take care of all the legislation in the town, okay? Not this board, all right? And when we look at this, we're looking at, as Mr. Ambrosia said, there's a likelihood that there could be a building constructed there that'd be 75 feet tall, and you couldn't do anything about it because that's what it's allowed there. And I do appreciate your comments that, yeah, it would be better, and I don't disagree with you, that it would be better if it was just a 1-story building, okay? But again, if you, maybe the town council will agree to that, or maybe they won't, we don't know that, but that's their bailiwick. So if we look at this and say, well, we'd rather have a structure that's 35 feet tall rather than 75 feet tall, in the future, yeah, who knows, they could tear that whole structure down and put up what they wanted. That happens all the time. Regardless, as long as it, and this is the thing that we have to, this board has, but within our purview, whatever we look at here, we're confined by what conforms to the subdivision regulations, the zoning ordinance, and any state and federal regulations in laws. And if the applicant, whoever they may be, for whatever project they want, they're proposing. Okay, if they satisfy all that criteria, this board can't say no. Okay, we have to say, okay, whether we, and the thing is, sometimes we have projects that come to us that we're not really that happy about. But the applicant, or being the developer, has that right. And then we have to approve with stipulations. We can make a little tweaks here and there and say, well, you know, we don't really like this and we want you to do that. Okay, but as long as they're satisfying all that criteria, the ordinances and so on, there's not much that this board can do other than, you know, approve it. So I want to make it clear for everybody that we don't have the final say at this point. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to? Sure, certainly.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Engler. I live at 10 Quarry Lane. And I do have some pictures. I went out at lunch today. I work from home. And I had a video, but I guess I can't play that. I can just pass this around.
If you have a video, you could submit it to planning department.
Okay.
And they would actually include that in the file.
Okay, that's great. It was just to show you as you drive through the neighborhood. I don't know if any of you have actually gone and driven Quarry Lane, Genoway right now.
Way back when it was
Right,
nothing
but-
but dirt.
Okay, so you haven't been there lately and in respect to this upcoming hearing. So I think I'm gonna take a little different approach because everyone else has beat all the other points to death and I would want to too, but I also had some other things I wanted to bring up. So tonight, we heard other people coming asking for a variance, and when that last case left for St. Patrick's Church, I felt good. I felt good because it's a need and it's something that helps the town. And you can feel good helping the elderly, helping the disadvantaged. I understand there's traffic concerns and all that, and hopefully that can be mitigated. But I felt good when that agency, the nonprofit agency, they're very highly regarded and they're going to do good for our town. They're going to keep the church. And it felt good when they left. I didn't feel like they were trying to pull a fast one or anything like that. When I looked at the history of this company, it's SROA. We're forgetting the end of it. It's called capital. Because this is an investment type structure. And that is the beauty of America. We can have businesses and we can make money. This company in particular, in 2020, is when they bought this property in question. At that point, they had acquired 29 throughout, I think 11 in Connecticut, Wisconsin, Mass. And 2 in Rhode Island. There's another one they have in Smithfield. This is what they do. They are in business to make money for their investors, and they must be good at it if they can afford, because when you look at 2022, they are now up to 106 properties they have acquired just this year. And if this is what they do, why do they care about us in our town? They shouldn't, they don't have to. And guess what? It shows. Because when you see the pictures and you do drive through, just imagine, I feel like I'd be coming down when I come up on Social Street in Woonsocket and that big building is there. It's, you know, I don't want that to be in the neighborhood. That is not what we're about. And I know there's discrepancies maybe or issues with the wording of this plan, and it's beyond that. You can't pull up that street and look and see this ginormous building. And I understand too that it could be worse, but it could be better. Because look at what we just had here tonight with St. Patrick's Church. Why couldn't it be better? Why wouldn't someone come in and say, oh, that woman who is also on the, I think, Smithfield Planning Board? You know, she might say, this was a great success. I liked working with these people in the town of Cumberland. Let's do something in that industrial park. And if we fight hard enough and kick them out and say, we're not going to stand for it, maybe they'll sell the property and she can come in and put something in that helps us, that makes us feel good about ourselves and not feel like we got taken advantage of, or we didn't read the fine print, whatever the words were. I don't care what they were. The bottom line is we did not expect this to happen. It's happening and we need to fight it. I don't care that something else could come in and be worse. I'll take my chances because right now, this is not good and I don't want it. And neither does anyone else in this neighborhood, in this room, and probably in this town. It's not right. It's not good. I don't care about the ordinances, but I will get to that as well. Because guess what? If it's zoned for one story, there's a reason why we're here and you have to jump through hoops for all this. Because it's not permitted right now. Is that a fair statement? They can't just go ahead and do this right now because they have to get some kind of special ordinance passed or variances.
Could be
That's
an-
why we're here,
It'd be
right?
an amendment to the
Right,
ordinance.
because it's not allowed right now. It's not allowed. So that's not my fault, you know? It's my problem right now, but that's not my fault. And yes, you do, we saw tonight all of the different instances. Another one, the second gentleman, he was building, he needed to build a residence because someone in his family can't afford housing right now. That's a valid concern and that is across America. So that makes sense. That's when you would come here and say, look, I'd like to ask for a variance. I know this isn't in the permit or it can't be, but I have a need and the need is justified and it doesn't hurt anybody. It helps someone. They just don't represent us or our town and I don't feel like this is right. I'm willing to wait, take my chances and get something else in. Maybe that is better. Yes, it could be worse. And, you know, I could be here again for another company saying, we really don't want that nuclear power plant here. Please don't put it. Okay, I'll have to eat crow, but I'll take my chances because something might come in that's really good. And we don't need to focus on what's really bad. And I think I'll just stop there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else wish to speak? Sure.
You have to get up to the mic.
So quick question. It was asked earlier by Mr. Harry McDonald over there. You asked outright who was the owner of this initial property, correct? You asked that, correct? Is there someone here present who can answer that?
What's your name and your address?
Oh, sure. My name is Jason Archer. I live at 32 Genoway.
Yeah, I mean, Storage Rentals of America is the owner of the property. Bo Raish is a representative that I've been dealing with. In all my meetings, my Zoom meetings, whatever, my communication has been with Mr. Raish. So Storage Rentals of America is the owner of the property.
And where receivers at?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
No, he doesn't reside in Cumberland, if that's what you get in.
Right. So it's Florida, right? In Palm Beach, Florida, correct? Yes, it's basically almost like a transfer agent. Basically, it runs up about 30 different properties up and down the East Coast for SRO of America, which is SRO of America basically is almost like a trust real estate investment company, which is actually based out of Denver, Colorado. BMO Investment Trust, basically, is what it is. And they're all aligned under an umbrella, which this is part of it, is all I'm saying. That's all I want to know. So basically, we're allowing some company, not from Rhode Island, to come in here and build some property. That doesn't benefit anybody within Rhode Island. But that's what's happening right now. I'm sorry? Yes, that's it. It's just an outside company coming in and doing what they may. They don't give back to the community at all. Does anyone else agree? I mean, does anyone up here have a industrial building near them? Within eyesight?
I have to respond to that.
Yeah,
No, I don't. But secondly, this is an industrial park. Any company from anywhere in the world can build.
I
it.
understand that.
So that's not an issue here. That's not the issue. So I think you're gonna prolong this discussion.
No, it's fine.
That
It's
really doesn't have any bearing, because Okanite's not a company that was from Cumberland, and they're the best.
Right, but they do
employer
give
in
back
the
to our
area.
community. They do give back to our community though.
I know, but you knew you were at an industrial park. Other than that, I appreciate what everybody has said here,
Mhm.
and I understand what you're saying, but don't go into that issue, because that's a totally different issue here.
Sure, sure.
So.
But does
leave it-
anybody-
Leave it the way the last young lady spoke.
Oh, she spoke
because did a
tremendously and she
very
spoke
good
very well.
job Of making her point. Don't.
No,
blame
no,
her.
fair,
Don't
fair
blame-
point, fair point. But does anybody on the board have any industrial sites within eyesight of their house?
Doesn't make any difference.
Well, for my benefit, just answer the question, yes or no.
You don't live far from it.
I live in a residential area and had a 35-foot building built next to me.
Right.
And I had nothing I could do about it because it's a regulation. So
Right.
Everybody has their issues.
Well, Mr. Scown, don't you live next to a Superfund site?
They do.
How tall is that?
Please.
How tall is that?
Can't hear you.
How tall is that Superfund site?
It's 100 feet tall.
Wow.
The Superfund tell you is a very,
Huge.
very toxic thing.
Oh, I know, EPA
But
regulated.
the point being is, everybody has an issue, but you're in an industrial area. You have to deal with companies that don't come from Cumberland. That's my point. I'm not saying that
Right,
you've got a
no.
problem or not a problem. But don't say that they're out of state. I mean, there's a lot of companies in
Oh, there are. I get
Cumberland that are hiring people and bring jobs here that don't have their headquarters in Cumberland.
Right, but they don't see the benefit for the community. They see the benefit for their investors. Sure.
I disagree with that. I disagree. I was a banker, okay? You got how many banks in this town that are not headquartered in Cumberland? They have charities, they donate money to all of these charities in the area. They do good things for the community. So don't bring that particular
Okay.
aspect in. Sorry.
So every winter, I look up, it may be snowing, and it may not be, but I can look up and I can see the bright lights that already emit from this storage facility. So with their plan, they want to plant saplings, 3-inch saplings, correct? To cover a 35-foot, 3-story building, 38-foot, 3-story building. How long will it take for those saplings to actually mature to a height where we won't be able to see that building?
It depends on what's specified, because sometimes they'll specify a mature tree that's got to be between 8 and 12 feet high, and very similar to what they did over at Oakmanite.
Sure.
They put very large trees there and they built that very high, tall berm.
Well, Mr. Chairman, in that regard, what's required of this developer for a buffer is going to be very expensive.
Right, right.
And the specifications are
So-
going to be developed by a landscape architect. And the caliber and the height of these evergreens are going to be substantial so that so their growth will mature as in an optimal way.
One of the points I want to make is, it'd be great if we could pick and choose who we want to come into this town. The difficulty is legally, we can't stop somebody as long as they come with a proposal that, like I said, explained before, falls within all the parameters, the ordinances and so on. So it's, you can call it discrimination if we were to take and say, we don't want you here because either we don't like you or you don't live in the state. It'd be great in some cases, but we can't do that. It's
Sure.
That's the difficult thing that we run into from time to time. We like good neighbors. Okanite's a great neighbor. Do you realize that Okanite is owned by the people who work there? Everybody down from the janitor, they own that company. For us, when they expanded, there was a win-win for us and for them. So, I wish we could, solve the problem, but we can't.
No, just take into consideration the neighborhood in general. I mean, they're looking to plant these trees, but they're getting the benefit of having their storage facility in place right away where these trees are not going to create any sort of buffer for 10, 20, 25 years. We have to wait for that to mature before we actually get any benefit turned back to us.
Well, we haven't seen their plan, so we don't know where they are, because they were also supposed to put in an put up an opaque
Right.
fence. And whatever height, that, we feel, well, I think that according to ordinance is 6 feet tall. So we really don't know where we are at this point.
Okay.
What it's gonna look like until they get into that type of engineering.
Okay.
So it may satisfy all your requirements as far as a really good screening. If it's the coniferous trees, evergreens and so on, it will screen out all those headlights. Okay, but we don't know that because we're not there yet.
Right. And when is that phase?
Oh, that
Just for my-
that's a ways down. I don't know what the time frame would be, but that's a ways down the line because is whatever happens here, like I said before, we don't make that decision. It's got to go to the town council. The town council they're gonna deliberate, and you and your neighbors are gonna go to that meeting and voice the same concerns there that you voiced with us, okay? Because they're the guys and ladies and women and men who are going to make that decision, not us,
Fair enough.
okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That
Mr.
gentleman, did he leave or is he still here?
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering if maybe if Mr. D'Ambrosia could help us with the concept of a designed landscape buffer with,
Certainly. You're looking out the window. Is that gentleman out there? I mean, I recognized him and all of a sudden. No, okay. Again, if he's a neighbor, apologize. Okay. Mr. D'Ambrosio. Mr. Stephens, would like you give your professional opinion of
just briefly.
landscaping.
Yeah, it seems to me that this would be a kind of put me on the spot here. Looking at the overall industrial park, like we had mentioned before, Okanite installed that berm. It's probably a good 6, 8 feet tall at the very top of it. They installed large trees that when they went in, I think they were probably about 8 to 10 footers. And the species that they picked are primarily Norway spruce and some others that have a very fast growth rate. Those and giant arborvitae could grow up to like 3 feet a year in optimal conditions. So I think that, in a best case scenario, there would be the ability to incorporate a berm with large evergreen trees that have a fast growth rate on it. And that would give you the quickest impact. I think additionally, if a berm were put around the north and east sides, that could be used in tandem with the drainage situation and help drive water to where it's supposed to be going as opposed to downhill. I think something that may be really valuable for the design team to help convey what they can do would be to provide the town and the residents with a couple of 3D renderings. I mean, you can model, show the elevation from the cul-de-sac in Quarry Lane and from Genoway. Give an idea of what the houses look like, the trees that are already there that are going to stay, and then what it would look like with the building and what it would look like with an evergreen buffer. I mean, I think that would be a really valuable tool to potentially alleviate some of the issues that folks have. But I mean, it can be done, and like we all know, it takes time for trees to grow, but there are options that can grow fairly quickly if it's done the right way. So I wouldn't say, all is lost if that's the the route it goes on.
And for
Thank
the
you.
record, Mr. D'Ambrosio is a landscape architect, so he knows what he's talking.
Thank you.
Again, is there anyone else here who wishes to speak? Sir, one,
Brian Escoli, 36 Chenaway. Just had one more question. So I just wanted to be clear on the process. So you were saying, I just want to be clear on what this board is going to be voting on tonight. Because you said the zoning decision is not yours, right? So what are you basing your decision on tonight? I guess is what I don't
the
understand.
master plan,
The master.
okay, and we can make a recommendation to the town council. And whatever our recommendation is, doesn't mean they're going to agree with us.
Mhm.
It's up to them, and many times they gathered all the information and they came up with other conditions or whatever. So that lies with them. The master plan and a recommendation to the town council lies with us, but it's strictly a recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, and I didn't mean to disparage any of the work the planning team did and any of my comments either, or the board or anyway. Does the board's decision take into account the economic impact that we discussed at all? Or is it all just plan, like structural plan?
Ms. Salvatore,
So there are, I think it's 5 required findings by state law. Consistency with the comprehensive plan, conformance with the zoning ordinance, impacts to the environment. And the other 2 are really not relevant: street access. They have street access. And I'm missing one. So those are the standards that this board has to review and apply. So some, although they listen to all your comments, some of the comments they really can't consider.
Sure.
Economics, though, would relate to the comprehensive plan. So they're considering, the economic effect
Mhm.
through the comprehensive plan.
Okay, that makes sense. And I totally understand you can't discriminate based on what company is applying for it or where they're located. But I would hope you consider the fact that they're creating 0 jobs. And the other companies, we're not necessarily saying we want it to be a Cumberland-based company or a Rhode Island-owned company, but something that provides some benefit to either the economy or the community. It would be something I hope you would consider, rather than just more capital for.
that's something that really lies at the town council level.
It does, okay.
Yeah, really. Okay.
Okay.
But just sort of an advisory for them.
Got it. Okay.
Hmm.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Sure, thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. Gentlemen, and Ms. Rashich. Oh, Glenn, is there anyone in the queue?
Oh, I'm sorry. No one has their hand raised. Faith, you had your hand raised a while ago, but you lowered it. I don't know if you want to speak or if anyone else wants to speak. Just click the raise hand icon. So we have no takers, Mr. Chair.
This is a new world we live in. When we went through COVID, we had to Zoom meet. Okay, that's how this board we were all in our homes and we went through the Zoom process. So now that's now part of our process here. It's not just who attends the meeting. Okay, there are people on Zoom, so sometimes Glenn has to remind me that there may be somebody in the queue, so but if you're wondering what the queue is, that's what it is. People who would prefer not to attend the meeting, but they want to be heard. So we allow them that opportunity. Mr. McDonald.
One comment that I've made a few times over the years. I've been doing this for 11 years. You don't have to apologize or say anything as if you did something out of line. You're here because it's your home and next to your loved ones, maybe your job, you have nothing more valuable. Once or twice a year, we have hearings like this where very good people, very polite people come in, and we have to make a decision. We have to vote. And this is one of those times. And every time that it happens, it's a tough vote. This is not a pleasant duty. We're just like you, we're just private citizens, and we're performing a public service. I would encourage you to come back if this passes for the next stage of the process. This is not a loss tonight. I mean, I've already expressed myself about drainage. So just take that to heart. Thank you.
Mr. Ambrosia?
Yeah, I just would like to make, I think, two comments based on, I believe, the two things that we're voting on. Now, from my opinion is that I will not be voting in favor of the change to the ordinance. I think it sets precedent that we don't want, that is going to allow other developers who want storage facilities to come to town and put up multi-story storage buildings. I know in this case, it's specific to that site, but once the cat is out of the bag, it's hard to get it back in. And then secondly, regarding the master plan, I mean, I think if we're going to vote for it, I would like to have the consultants do a visual analysis and add that as part of the requirements to an approval. So 3D models looking at the different vantage points for the neighborhood.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would just ask either that you identify the points from which you want that visual simulation, or, you know, leave it to the planning department to identify, because I know that there's several owners. You know, Corey Lane is different than Jenna Way, so you probably want it from different vantage points.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
I think it would be difficult to ask for, you know, a lot of different vantage points. You know, looking at the plan, I think that the two different cul-de-sacs might give
Yep.
a good view point from,
So like what Mr. Hosny's house is, I think, the cul-de-sac. And then, yes, I don't remember your last name, Ascoli. So maybe from those two, is that?
yeah, that seems like, to me, it looks like it covers the most amount of
Mhm.
residences that would be getting a view of it.
It's relative to the master plan.
Yes.
You want to make that motion?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll try. All right, I'll make a motion to, should we start with the ordinance first or
Well,
or does it not matter?
since you made those points about the master plan,
Okay.
we'll do the master plan and then we'll work on the motion on the ordinance.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion to approve the. Just want to pull it up so I get the address and all that right. Oh, thank you. Make a motion to approve the major land development master plan for Storage Rentals of America, owner SROA 95 Industrial Road, LLC. Applicant Kimley Horn and Associates, location is 90 Industrial Road. Assessors plot 23, lot 184. To approve the master plan as presented to us with the stipulation that the consultants will provide a visual analysis of the property from two different vantage points, one being at the cul-de-sac of Corey Lane. It's Corey Lane or Corey Road? Lane and Jenna Way, it's cul-de-sac. Oh, and also include the memo as written by the Cumberland Planning Department in September 21st, 2022.
In the motion? In the motion?
Oh, end of motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Ambrosia. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Rashid. All in favor? I'll take a roll call.
I just want to be, so you're approving well, there's a motion to approve the master plan.
Right.
Which was presented as 3 stories. So I understand what your intent is. And perhaps it's your intent that you don't mind the 1-story storage building. So I don't know, I think you should have some discussion before you.
Yeah, I think I need some
Okay.
advice because I'm a no on the zoning recommendation. If the town council approves the zoning, then the master plan is fine because but I'm conflicted. If we're doing master plan first, I don't support right now a 3-story storage facility.
Okay.
So I think you should
So.
discuss this
Okay,
amongst
under
yourself.
discussion.
And I'll just, the reason in regards to the zoning recommendation, number one, I'm struck by what Mr. Modica said, that the limit on a 1-story storage facility was specifically put into the revised zoning ordinance. We don't know why, but it seems like an odd thing to change in the zoning ordinance for no reason. I've never known the town council to approve something with no reason. So it seems like there was a reason. Maybe it was a good reason, maybe it wasn't a good reason, but I'd like to know the reason before I say, yeah, let's throw that part out for the specific lot. The second one, which doesn't work in with the legalese or the comprehensive plan, it's really more just a personal feeling. I honestly don't know how long I've been on this planning board, but it's been a number of years. The very first meeting that I came to as a brand new planning board member was people from Genoway coming to complain about Genoway. And it has been a consistent issue for those folks for however long I've been on the planning board. And I know for Mr. Costa and Mr. Kutu, it goes even before that, of that development. And it just seemed like another kick to those folks. And I know that doesn't have anything to do with the comprehensive plan or how we should be making decisions, but it really just does bother me because I do feel like this has been a area of town that has sustained a lot of issues. And the folks that live there have been incredible advocates, and hopefully things have improved since then, but it just seems like another thing. But my primary reason for not going along with the zoning recommendations, I really would just like to know why it was limited to 1-story. And if it wasn't a good reason, then maybe I'd change my mind, and maybe the town council will ferret out what that reason is, and that'll be part of their debate. But I'm just not knowing that reason. I'm just uncomfortable saying that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and it should be overturned.
Anyone else? Mr. Tom?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Butler on the zoning ordinance as well. My issue here is if I vote against the zoning ordinance, how can I vote for the master plan? I mean, because that's asking for a 3-story building as well. So, I mean, I think I would have to vote no in both cases. My other concern here is in voting that way is that there still could be a 75-foot building on that lot eventually. And I'm not sure if that would happen sooner or later. So I just want, the residents to know it's a difficult decision because it could go another way for you and it could be worse. I mean, but at this particular point in time, I agree with Mr. Butler.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so I want to, we're kind of polling the board at this point because I'm trying to figure out, because I agree with you, if you're going to vote against the zoning recommendation, then perhaps you should be voting against the master plan. However, if you're okay with self-storage, a 1-story, there, perhaps you could do a condition, but I mean, this is tough because then it still goes to the town council. I mean, you are essentially the gatekeeper right now of this development.
Are we required to vote on master plan tonight? Could we just
No,
table it until the town council makes a decision one way or the other?
no. You're not required. You have 90 days to make a decision from when the application was deemed complete, which the staff can tell you. But the master plan decision has to be done before the town council makes their decision. So
So we can condition the master plan to be a one-story facility?
well,
Is it a
I
master-
mean, it's what, yeah,
I don't want.
just, what do you have to say? Because this, honestly, this is, I mean,
No,
I've
this
been
is-
doing this for 25 years. and
Well,
this
this
challenge-
is unusual because, again, because of the ambiguity that's created by this ordinance. That's why this is such a different, and now in hindsight, I just wish I would have gone right in and said, it's an ambiguity, it's going to be resolved in favor of the landowner. And I think that's where I'm probably going to go if this goes the way I think it's going to go. But in any event, I think in this case, the solicitor is correct. I mean, I don't know when it was certified as complete, but based on what Mr. Monica said, if the town council is not going to hear this before the first of the year, as it is, then there's going to be plenty of time. I mean, I guess, and the master plan can be tabled.
Yeah, so if you want to agree to stop the period within which the planning board has to make a decision, I mean, I don't know why, you're saying that the town council's not going to hear this until the beginning
Well,
of the year?
from what I
thought it
went
was
by, I know
November.
Glenn's not on the town council, but I mean, I don't know if he's spoken to the town clerk about that. But if we're not going to get until after November for a hearing on.
No, I think it's going to be presented at the first meeting in October, and it will be heard probably the first meeting in November, but only if they make a decision.
Right.
Every time we continue, that gets moved out. Now, I just want to respond to what Mr. Partington said, because we don't always agree.
No.
With regard to this idea that there's a conflict in the zoning ordinance relating to the height that's allowed in an industrial zone versus the use that is defined as one story, I don't consider that a conflict. I mean, a conflict is when there's things that say clearly there's two different things going on. I do not agree that that's a conflict. So I
Okay.
just, as advice to you, I'll put that out there.
Yeah, and that's, your lawyer is giving you that advice. So no, I do agree that any reviewing body that considers that question does take into consideration the entire ordinance and they interpret it in a rational and a reasonable way. So there could be arguments on both sides. And I don't even know how far at this point. Again, that's just speculation anyway at this point.
Again, if we could hear from the rest of you, because if all of you or a majority of this board is going to recommend denial of the zoning ordinance, then I mean, you'd have to go through those required findings that we just explained and decide, I mean, it does not conform to zoning now, but they're asking for it to conform to zoning from the town council. But you kind of have to have this discussion. I'd like you to have that discussion and then perhaps we do continue it so that,
Yeah.
we can try to answer your question, Mr. Butler.
From my end, I mean, I would want a clear path forward too, obviously. And again, I think at least the solicitor and I would agree that this is an anomaly.
Yes.
And so for everyone involved, every party that's involved, it may be a good idea to get the right response and the right answer to it.
Well,
Mr. Chairman,
Before, Mr. McDonald, I do agree with what Mr. Butler said. He said he wanted to know why the current ordinance limits it to one story.
Yes.
And that's important for me, because we do have a storage facility in town. That's two floors.
Are you talking about on Dexter Street?
No, the old A&P, which used to be the old NHD next to,
Angelo's?
yeah,
The U-Haul? Yeah, but that could have been, that's definitely
that was-
prior to 2009.
Right, I know, but I'm just looking at,
Right.
I understand
I-
that,
we can
I
look
understand
into
the
it.
timing. It's just that we do have a place in there that's got two stores, 2 stories. and so
Full
on.
disclosure, I was on the town council in 2009,
Will you?
but that doesn't mean I remember every single
Yeah.
thing that we discussed. But we can look into that.
Okay, because it's important because, Mr. Butler made a good point.
Yeah.
Why was it limited?
It
to
might be
one floor?
because people thought self-storages were all one story. I don't know. But we will get that answer for you. I'd still like to, I'm going to repeat it one more time. I'd like you to have a conversation about where everybody's at, and then let's continue it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually in a quandary
Okay.
in agreeing with what Mr. Butler had and Mr. Scott's point was. Mr. McDonald.
I think I'd support a motion to continue the matter for a month. And I'm thinking out loud, I'm not making a motion to allow the solicitor and or Mr. Modica to get the minutes of the meeting at which the town council passed this ordinance, and to include those minutes in the package that we get next month, and allow us to try to determine what happened, because as we all know, the minutes may, with all due respect to the town council, the minutes may not be clear. I don't think that would be the case, but they may not. There's got to be a reason why it's
So,
before them.
if I may, that ordinance in 2009 was a complete rewrite. So when I say we'll look into it, it may take more than just pulling out minutes. I was the chair of the ordinance subcommittee. We had meetings over a 2-year period that we discussed that entire ordinance. So we might have to do a little bit more digging than just pulling the minutes from one town council meeting. So having said that, we'll get you an answer, or we'll get you whatever we can, and we'll come back.
See, I'm also wrestling with the building itself, looking at 35 feet versus what could be in there, okay, as 75 feet, which I don't really think you'd find something in there, but you could have, I'm trying to remember how tall Okanite building is, but it's fairly tall. So they could just take and wipe out that whole strip, the existing storage now and that adjoining lot, and build a building of that height in there. And I'd much rather see something lower. So I'm kind of fighting that too. It's that wrestling with, what's worse, a 75-foot building or a 35-foot building. But yeah, I'm okay with,
And if there was a decision that, a motion, I would vote against it. My reason for that is because I'm a little concerned about the fact that the ordinance has 75 feet. I can see us going to court real fast. Don't even pass go and collect $200. They're just gonna take us because they're allowed, they own that building, they're allowed 75 feet. So how can we say to them, you can only do 1 floor?
Because the definition of self-storage is a 1-story building. By the way, how tall is 1 story?
If I
Well,
may,
what about
How
the
tall
one,
is 1 story?
what about the one on Dexter Street?
something like 12 feet.
Only-
They came before us.
Hmm?
Then what about the one on Dexter Street? They
That
came-
was a non-conforming existing building.
The steel
that-
building, the steel building, they converted it.
Mr. Costa, only in a third world country is a 1-story building defined as 75 feet high. I mean, we have to get our feet on the ground here.
Well, if I was as tall as you, I'd be concerned about it.
I recommend we postpone the whole thing till the next
Well,
month.
first of all, we have a motion on the floor. So if Mr. D'Ambrosio would like to withdraw his motion.
Yes, I would like to.
Okay.
So we need a motion to continue.
With Mr. Partington's agreement that the time within which you have to make a decision is told or stayed.
All right, do I have a motion?
Go ahead, Mr. McDonald.
Make a motion, we postpone until the next month for the whole thing.
Next month? Does that work? Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Rashid, and I have a second by Mr. Scown. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The chair votes aye.
Move to adjourn.
Hold on. Public comment. Public comment, item 8. Okay. Hearing nothing. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Okay.